attorney here with the city commission? I already know. Is any other attorney here? No? Yeah, I already answered. That's why I said with the exception of him.
Okay. Just thinking.
Just to let you know, attorney. All right, go ahead.
All right.
You're all set.
You have attorney shoes?
Thank you. Thank you.
Everybody very good with that.
Okay. We're live.
More or less.
Mr. Magistrate, we're live and we're ready when you are.
All right. Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to call the Code Enforcement Special Magistrate hearing in the town of Pembroke Park to order this Wednesday, August 17th, on or about 9 a.m. I am going to give a brief opening statement. Thank you all for being here today. Please turn off any cell phones. Do not interrupt the proceedings. No weapons of any kind are permitted in chambers or anywhere in the facilities. We ask that everyone show mutual respect for one another by listening quietly, and everyone refrain from any clapping, heckling, or verbal outbursts. Hearings are conducted by the special magistrate, the purposes of which to give the alleged violators the opportunity to contest the decision of code enforcement, which resulted in the issuance of the violation notice. The hearings are conducted in a quasi-judicial manner. I, Rafael Suarez-Rivas, am the special magistrate assigned to hear today's cases. My responsibility is to act much like a judge in a court, that is to hear cases presented by code enforcement and to hear contradictory arguments presented by the alleged violators. The hearings are open to the public. All persons who testify must be placed under oath. The hearings are not conducted in accordance with the formal rules of evidence and witnesses. Any relevant evidence can be deemed admitted if I find it to be competent and reliable, regardless of the existence of a common law or statutory rule to the contrary. All documentary evidence must be submitted for placement in the hearing file. Documentary evidence cannot be considered unless it's in the hearing file. Each party has a right to call and examine witnesses, to introduce exhibits, to cross-examine opposing witnesses on any matter that is relevant, and to rebut the evidence against him or her. My responsibility is to make findings of fact based on the evidence of record. The fact-finding determination is limited to whether the alleged violation occurred, if so, whether the person or persons named in the violation can be held responsible. I may also modify the decision of code enforcement as the time for correction or compliance contained in the violation notice, even though that time is rebuttably presumed to have been reasonable. I have the authority to assess and order the payment of civil penalties, to issue orders having the force of law, to command whatever steps are necessary to bring the violation into compliance, and to assess administrative costs. The administrative costs are $100 for any case, a flat fee. In order to make a finding upholding the code enforcement officer's decision, I must find that there is substantial competent evidence that the named violator was responsible for a violation of the relevant section of the code as charged. If I affirm the decision of the code officer, the order will specify the amount of the civil penalty, the administrative costs of the hearing, which are $100, and the date by which a violation must be corrected to prevent resumption of continuing violation penalties. Any aggrieved party, including the city, may appeal a order of the code inspector. The order must be appealed to the Circuit Court of Appellate Division. The appeal is not a new hearing, but is limited to appellate review of the record before the special master or magistrate. The appeal must be filed within 30 days of the issuance of the order sought to be appealed. If you are found guilty of the violation notice, remember there's an administrative fee of $100. The city representative will present their case first. The alleged violator will present their case thereafter. I will consider the evidence and render a decision after all arguments are heard. Thank you. Roll call as to who is here today. I'm present, the special magistrate. I identified myself, Rafael Suarez-Rivas. Anyone else?
Good morning. My name is Nasli Cardona. I am administrative assistant.
Mary Curry, co-clerk.
Chief Code Enforcement Officer Jocelyn Ramirez, present.
Code Enforcement Officer ERIK RICHWAGEN.
Okay, thank you. I am going to approve the special magistrate hearing minutes for May 18th, 2022. They have been reviewed and appear to be in order and correct. So the meeting minutes of May 18th, 2022 are hereby approved. As to today's agenda, are there any changes from the agenda, deferrals, additions, modifications?
Yes, Mr. Magistrate. Case number 5409 has been added.
Has been added?
Yes, sir. Oh, and also, we have one case that's in compliance. Give me one moment, sir. Page 7 of the agenda, item number 12.11, case number 7198 is complied.
Case number 7198 has complied, okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Case number 7198 is hereby removed from the agenda. That's item 12.11. Are there any other changes to the agenda today?
Yes. Case 5622, section 9.3 on the agenda.
Yes?
That's been added. That case has been added to the agenda.
Case number 9.3 has been added to the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, case number 9.3, 5622, is added to this agenda. Anything else?
Not at this time.
Okay. Anybody who is going to testify needs to be sworn in. If you're going to testify, you must be sworn in or you cannot testify. Please raise your right hand and affirm that the testimony you will give is the truth and the whole truth, so help you God. I do?
I do.
All right. Then I think that takes care of all our preliminary items. Let's proceed with the hearings and the first case.
Okay. This is case 4467, and that's on page 5, section 11.1 on the agenda, case 4467.
11.1?
Yes.
Okay.
Chief Code Officer Jocelyn Ramirez for the town of Pembroke Park. Case 4467, property owner Hallandale Retail LLC.
11.1.
Site address 2940 Country Club Lane, Pembroke Park, Florida. Notice of hearing to abate fine was sent out by certified mail on August 2nd, 22, posted to the property and town hall August 5th, 2022. It is this town's recommendation to abate the fine of $52,778.50 to $8,026. And that's a reduction of 85% of the per diem fine.
So the town recommendation is that the fine be abated to $8,026.
Yes.
Payment to be made within how many days?
I'll leave that at the discretion of the property owner. But normally is within 30, 60, or 90 days.
30 days is the most common, is it
Yeah,
not?
it's most common. But if they need more time, we don't object to that.
Okay. Is there anything else right now? No? Okay. Let me hear from the owner or their representative. Identify yourself, please, and your relationship to the property, and then tell us what you want to say.
Thank you. Sean Arbeiter on behalf of Respondent Hallandale Retail LLC. There is another Respondent Audio Video MD Inc. That was our client's very uncooperative tenant who was responsible for who was the actual violator here. If I may quickly question this Code Officer Ramirez, if I may. We had discussed a fine that you mentioned had stopped at $42,028.50 and a reduction to a $6,000 figure. And I think I believe I attached the invoice to my motion to abate and mitigate fine, to remove and eliminate all liens in favor of respondent, and request a hearing on that. May I approach with the...
You may be correct. My assistant gave me this updated invoice, but you are correct, and I just see the date that it's it's stopped at August 17th. But no, you are completely correct. What is the amount that we discussed?
I'm looking right now, if I may, on my emails, if you bear with me. May I approach to give a copy of our motion to,
You may give a copy of.
for the hearing file?
Yeah, you may give a copy to the hearing file. Let me see it.
Let me see if
Still have
I
some
have.
paper here. Okay, so
22.
Code Officer Ramirez, I believe we discussed a $42,028.50 fine to be reduced to the sum of $6,413.50 as your recommendation. The figure included a $100 administration fee, $28.50 recording fee, and the rest calculated at fines at $50 per day from July 7th, 2019 through January 14th, 2022 for 922 days. And there was a COVID pandemic credit of about $4,000 in there as well.
That is correct. And I resent this updated invoice that I see here that the compliance date was on August 17, which is inaccurate. So I'm in total agreement of what we discussed, and that was an invoice that I updated myself. So we're going to go with the invoice. Unfortunately, I don't have a copy with me right now. I only have the updated copy. Do you have a copy with you right now?
I'm sure I do. Let me see. It's maybe attached to my motion.
Well, along with the city exhibits that are in evidence on this case and continue to be in evidence, I'll accept the motion for the record, and this will be placed into the record of the hearing as
I have
exhibit
this, but
from
there's one with the abated
respondent.
recommendation.
All right. This is for attached on the file for the record.
I'm sorry?
This is for the file, yes.
Oh, I have that copy in the file.
There is a copy of the file.
Yeah,
all right.
they sent that to us certified mail.
So the copy's already in the hearing file?
Yes.
Okay, so my question is, does the town and the respondent agree on the figure of $6,413?
Yes.
Is that inclusive of the administrative costs and recording costs and so forth and
Yes.
so on? Okay. And the respondent agrees with that?
Well, I agree that that's a figure that they're recommending. I wanted to clarify the record because she just referenced an additional $8,000 figure. So for the record, I wanted to clarify the amount. I believe, if I may make a little bit of the argument, that I think it should be even lower based on my client being the landlord here and the violator being a tenant who my client had to expend significant costs to evict. We did evict. $5,000 in attorney's fees, plus they owed about $12,000 in the eviction. Part of it that has never been paid to this date. So my client has incurred significant expense here, and they were not the violator. My client was not the violator. As Special Magistrate knows, the town's code of ordinances are not for punitive natures. They're to gain enforcement, and that's what's happened here after much difficulty, might I add. And it's still going on with that particular tenant. Sections 162.092B and 2C permits a code enforcement board to reduce a fine imposed with factors to be considered, such as gravity of the situation, and actions taken by the respondent to attempt to enforce and correct the violation. Here, the gravity of the situation was a business tax receipt, not a health safety issue in any matter. And for which, you know, I'm sure you've seen a lot more severe violations than this. So for obviously a $42,000 fine to come down to $6,000, while that's great, I think that it should be reduced to actual costs here, because I don't think the town has incurred significant expense here versus what my client has incurred to get compliance. Last, I believe that the final order in this case was legally deficient in that it failed to contain specific findings upon which the town's ultimate action was taken. And in my motion, I cited to some case law basically stating that it's been repeatedly held by the courts of the state that in order to assure due process and equal protection of the law, every final order entered by an administrative agency in the exercise of its quasi-judicial functions must contain specific findings of fact of which the ultimate action must be taken. And that, if you look at the motion and I attach the final order, it's a one-sentence findings of fact, basically that states that the board adopted as its findings of fact those facts as set forth by the code enforcement officer and found guilt. So there are really no specific findings of fact in that final order. So basically we're looking either for mitigation to actual costs, a rehearing scheduled based on the final order. We believe that no proper notice was given to the respondent, Hallandale Retail, maybe to audio video, who of course didn't do anything, and we had to take on that responsibility for to get this resolved. So we believe there was no procedural due process or substantive due process or a fair opportunity for Hallandale Retail to be heard during the process. In any event, we're requesting the fine to be abated to actual costs, reduced significantly below what the town is recommending, to remove any liens on the property, to satisfy any liens on the property, and or rehearing. Thank you.
Having considered your arguments, your motion, and that of the town, I am going to enter an order. The order is going to, I'll just say this for the record, so I'm mindful of the reasons stated in your order, and I have considered them. By the same token, I'm going to state for the record that that order is from a date that is 27th of June 2019, so we're talking about more than 3 years ago, and you know, the order was not appealed, so I consider the order, without commenting on the order and your allegations, I understand them, but, you know, to me, that's administrative res judicata. In terms of the reduction, I'm mindful of what you're saying, but another element of code is compliance. And as to the owner being responsible, sadly, code enforcement operates 99.9% of the time against the owner. That's how the system is. The situation with the eviction, and you know, I understand your client's expense and considerable time and aggravation and fees, but that's a matter between the parties. That does not involve the town. So in light of all of that, I'm going to abate the fine to $6,413. That's approximately 80% less than what it was. It will be paid within 30 days. That's the standard requirement.
Can we get 45 days?
I will go with 60 days if they need more time.
We'll take 60.
It'll be paid within 60 days. As to removing the liens and all that, that can only occur if payment is made. And that will, I think, by operational law occur once a payment is made. The town will, you know, remove
We will release the fine and
fines,
we'll issue
you know,
an
but
affidavit of
that
compliance.
would, before the payment is made, that would be premature. It's not ripe for adjudication today. And so, and also note that as standard in this kind of order, if the payment is not made in this case within 60 days, that the original amount of the fine will be reinstated, and you'll be back here, you know, or somewhere arguing about that. But That's very customary that if the mitigated amount is not timely and fully paid, that the original fine is reinstated, which will be the case here. So either the order will be mailed to you, or you can give them a copy of. All right.
That will be sent to my office as well? Thank you.
I don't know if the town wants to give it to you now. I have entered the order. Have to fill in the thing. I will do my página. Eso. Okay. You hang on a minute. It will give you the order.
Real quick question, with regard to assuming everything goes smoothly, it's paid, is there another hearing on the satisfaction of the foreclosure or of the?
I will let the town respond, but to my knowledge.
I'm sorry. Okay, so with the foreclosure, the magistrate did approve it in the June hearing. But
I don't believe that June hearing went.
I'm sorry, we postponed it.
Correct.
We postponed it, so for this very reason that we abated the fine. So yes, there won't, after everything's complied with, there won't be any court proceedings.
Thank you. I'll step to the side and wait for the order.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you.
Mr. Magistrate, the next case is going to be case number 7152, located on page 6, agenda item 12.5.
12.5.
Yes, sir. And we have the property manager? Property manager, Brooke Chapels here. Mr. Magistrate, case number 7152. I am Code Enforcement Officer ERIK RICHWAGEN, representing the town of Pembroke Park. The property owners are identified by Park 31st Corp. The site address is 1975 South Park Road, Bay Number 1. The notice of violation was issued on 5/27/2022. It was sent out by regular mail on 6/1/2022. The notice of formal hearing was issued on 7/19/2022. The affidavit of service and posted to property and certified mail on 7/21/2022. The violation is for building number 1985 Bay 1 was operating without a business tax receipt, and they currently, to this day, still do not have one. I've been in contact with Rick, and I've actually been in contact with the people in Bay 1. Understanding their circumstances, it is my recommendation to give them 60 days with a fine of $100 per diem with an admin fee of $100.
Would you repeat your recommendation?
My recommendation is to give them 60 days with a fine of $100 per diem and the admin fee of $100, sir.
Is there anything else right now that you want to say?
No, sir. That concludes my testimony part for this case.
Okay. Let me hear from the respondents, your name, your business address, your relationship to the property, and then tell us what you want to say, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Rick Chapels. I'm a property manager for Park 31st Corp. Our business address is 1812 Southwest 31st Avenue in Pembroke Park. And we are here to We were going to ask for 60 days, and we're going to say thank you.
So, in light of all the testimony and the documents on file, which are all accepted and admitted into evidence without objection, the order is going to be that there is a violation of Section 15-22 of the code. That has been shown by substantial competent evidence, and there will be 60 days for compliance. If not, there will be a $100 per diem or per day fine after 60 days if there is not compliance, starting on the 61st day and each day thereafter. In addition, the mandatory $100 admin fee is imposed as it is for any case in which there is a finding of violation. And that's what the order will provide. And I have just rendered the order, and either the town will mail it to you, or perhaps it seems that they're going to give you a copy right now. And, okay, I keep that. Okay.
Thank you very much.
So hang on a moment, and you'll get a copy of the order.
And I believe I may be also with the next case, sir.
Yes, he is.
You're on case number 12.6 as well.
Yes, sir, case 7153.
Let's wait a minute for the town to conclude this, because es el caso 7153 con Park 31st Corporation, otra vez, 7153.
Seven one five.
7153. It's at Park 31st at 7153. Thank you. Okay, so now we are going to hear item 12.6 on the agenda, case number 7153. So let's hear from the code officer on that, and then we will hear from the respondent.
Thank you, Mr. Magistrate. I am Code Officer ERIK Richwagen, representing the town of Pembroke Park. This is case number 7153. The owners are identified as Park 31st Corp. The site address is 1975 South Park Road, Pembroke Park, Florida, for bay number 3. A notice of violation was issued on 5/27/2022, sent out regular mail on 6/1/2022. The notice of formal hearing was issued on 7/19/2022, sent out certified mail on 7/21/2022. The affidavit of service was posted to property on 7/21/2022. The violation is for bay number 3, operating without a business tax receipt, and as of today, they currently do not have one. After speaking with Rick and the current operators, understanding what's going on, it is my recommendation to give them 60 days, if not a fine of $100 per diem, be assessed, with an admin fee of $100. That concludes my testimony.
Okay, please, for the record, again, state your name, your address, your business address, your relationship to the property, and what you want to say.
Yes, sir. Rick Chapels, construction manager for Park 31st Corp. Our address is 1812 Southwest 31st Avenue, and 60 days will be sufficient. We say thank you.
Okay, in light of the testimony from all persons who have testified and all the documents admitted into evidence in the record, without objection, I am going to find that there is a violation of Code Section 15-22 in case number 7153, and there will be 60 days for there to be compliance or correction of the violation. If not, there will be a $100 per day or per diem charge on the 61st day and every day thereafter that the violation continues. The fee of $100, the admin fee, is hereby assessed because there is a violation. And that is what the order will provide. In this case, I've just rendered the order, and I believe that the town will tender a copy to you now.
Thank you, sir.
Next case is on 7.6, case 5873.
Es 873. Muchas gracias.
Chief Code Enforcement Officer Jocelyn Ramirez. Case 5873, property owner 3163 Building LLC, 3163 West Liquors LLC, site address 3153 through 3163 West Hallandale Beach Boulevard, Pembroke Park, Florida.
I'm sorry, there seems to be, would you repeat the, would you repeat that information?
The case number?
Yeah.
5873, and that's on section 7.6.
Okay. May proceed now.
All right. A notice of violation was sent out by regular mail on May 27, 2021. A notice of formal hearing with a copy of the notice of violation was sent out by certified mail on August 3rd, 22, and posted to the property and town hall on August 5th, 2022. The violations were for paved and restriped parking lot without a permit, attained plans permit inspections that has been completed. Item 2, prohibited window signs, remove all window signs with the exceptions of the open sign. They're working on it.
So that is not in compliance.
It's not in compliance, but they are working on it. Their tenants are working on complying with the window signs. Item number 3, exterior buildings of walls require maintenance, pressure wash, and paint. That has been completed. Item number 4, abandoned pole side requires maintenance, remove or obtain permit for repair. This has been removed. However, based on the building official discretion, he did request a permit for the removal. So it would be an after-the-fact permit for the removal.
They have to apply for the after-the-fact permit. What item?
For item number 4, the abandoned pole sign. Item number 5, damage poles and monument sign, repair poles and monument sign, obtain plans, permit, and inspection. This has been completed. Item number 6, exterior common areas require maintenance, pressure wash, sidewalks, walkways, patios, etc. This has been completed. And then item number 7 is verify or obtain permits for electrical cameras, sheds, and propane tanks on back end of property. I know currently that there is an application for the shed removal. As far as electrical cameras and propane tanks, there's not a permit obtained. There was an attempt, however, the permit expired for the propane tanks. So they'll have to restart and obtain a new permit. Okay. Item number 8 is trash and debris on back end of property. Maintain property clean of trash or debris periodically. That has been completed. Item number 9, prohibited outdoor storage. remove all miscellaneous items from back end of property. That has been completed. Item number 10, missing hedges in front end of property with install new hedges. That I haven't received a phone call for reinspection, and I do not see new hedges. Item number 11, remove abandoned trailers or identify tag and registration for trailers on back end of property. That has been completed. They removed all the trailers. So they have completed 7 items out of the 11.
So what I think is pending is the window signs, permit for abandoned property,
Yeah,
trash in the back of the property.
they completed that.
Oh, okay. Then the missing hedges. is
Missing
not
hedges, yeah, and the permits for the electrical
complete.
camera.
And excuse me, the permit for the electrical for the cameras and for the propane
Hang on,
tanks,
so,
that is pending,
okay, yes,
right?
yes. And they have been working diligently to bring this property in compliance. So I'm gonna recommend that they have 45 days to complete the rest, if not a $250 per diem with a $100 admin fee.
Is there anything else you want to say, Officer Ramirez?
Not at this time.
Testimony of code officer is considered, and all evidence in the hearing file is admitted into the record without objection. Let me hear from the respondent's representative, name, business address, relationship to the property, then tell us what you want to say, please.
The respondent is Benjamin Brandt, B-R-A-N-T. I'm a certified shopping center manager, and I was asked by the owner to assist him in clearing up the violations. And I'm currently at 3840 North 38th Avenue, Hollywood, Florida. I manage a number of shopping centers, and he's asked me to give him a hand. We have been working diligently on it, and as the officer said, in pulling permits, it's rather difficult to pull permits on after the fact. I believe that all the corrections have been made, but we're just waiting on permitting. The window signs is, I believe there's less than 20% on the window signs.
They can cover the window up to 25% per window.
I believe it's less than that now.
Okay.
Okay. The pole sign was asked to be removed. I guess we can attach that to this permit for the abandoned wood shed. For number 4, the pole sign. We got the permit for the shed. The propane tanks is with Blossom, is the one that pulls the permits, the propane provider.
Okay.
It was for bases that have been put underneath it, but then they said they needed to get a permit. We thought that they completed the permitting for the tanks, but apparently they didn't take care of that. And for the electrical, it turned out that the contractor we were using, he doesn't have a qualifier anymore. Because, but as I said, and then I drove by this morning, I made arrangements to have hedges installed,
Yes.
Calusa, and
He just showed me a picture that they installed the hedges. However, I will have to do a reinspection,
Yeah,
so
you
I'll
drop
pass.
by and-
Yeah.
Right, and that's for the information that's noted, but that's not going to be admitted into the record because
she didn't inspect. The officer
back then,
hasn't
plus
inspected
it's
it.
as I said at the beginning of the hearing, you know, technology, I know is technology, but to put it in the record, either it has to be on a
Documented.
video or it has to be a document because
I understand.
the transient nature of the cell phone, it's not part of the record. Well, go ahead. What else did you want to say?
Well, I just wanted to say, because of the time it takes for permitting, and we have to get permits from the county for what they call environmental permits, because of the removal of the shed. I mean, I'm asking for 120 days, longer.
You know, you seem to be acting earnestly and diligently. You've corrected 7 of the 11 violations. However, you know, as a countervailing consideration or fact is the fact that the owner has multiple violations here, which is not looked upon favorably. You know,
Unfortunately,
so you know, there's just various and sundry violations.
well, what happened was he bought the property that way.
Right, but you know, it's
And then-
caveat emptor. You know, you assume the risk when you're the owner.
Yes, and
so-
he's been actively, as officers said, working on the property.
I understand. I understand.
I mean, it's a small strip center with limited amount of funds, and we are working to clear it up, but we are going to need some more time for the fact how long it takes to get permits done, after the fact permits.
I can agree to 60 days. We have to be mindful that this has been open since May 26, 2021, so it's been more than a year.
Right, and I think that again, you seem in earnest, and I appreciate your candor. And it seems that the owner is acting diligently. They have to continue to do so. Insofar as the electrical camera and propane permits, you have to put a, you know, fire under the, you know, proverbial feet of your installers or service providers there, because they may be the permit applicants, but the owner will be held responsible by the town, because that's the way the system works. There is not going to be a code compliance case against, you know, the contractors involved.
Is there any way you can give us longer than 60 days, please?
I think that in light of the fact that there's multiple violations and that it's been going on for more than a year, I think 60 days is reasonable. I will go that. Beyond that, I think that that's 2 months. I think that's a reasonable period. And the owner just has to continue to act diligently. So the order is going to provide, that is for the things that you have heard here today, and I hope you've noted that are pending, which are the window signs, the permits for electrical propane cameras, and for the hedges, which seems like the easiest thing. I mean, it seems like you may be well on their way to compliance there, but of course, to prove it, it requires a reinspection and testimony of the code officer, but I'm presuming that's well underway. You will have 60 days to comply. If not, there will be a per diem of $250 per day, commencing on the 61st day, and the administrative fee of $100 is imposed because there are multiple violations. And that is what the order is going to provide. I've just rendered the order, and I thank you for coming in. And if you want to remain here a moment, I think that the town may give you a copy of the order so you can share that with the owner or other interested parties.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I will give you a copy.
The next case is on 7.3. That's case 5646. Case 5646.
5646. 5646. It is David Zell and Celia Santana.
Chief Code Officer Jocelyn Ramirez, case 5646. Property owner David E. Zell. TR, mobile home owner Celia Santana. Site address, 2322 Southwest 31st Avenue, Pembroke Park, Florida. A notice of violation was sent out by regular mail on March 22nd, 2021. Certified mail on August 2nd, 2022. Posted to the property and town hall on August 5th, 2022. The violations were for added French doors, wall, roof, and enclosed with trellis on right side of mobile home without permits. Obtained plans, permit inspections. Item number 2, installed door and light fixtures with exposed wires on right side of mobile home without permits. Obtained plans, permit, and inspections. Item number 3, prohibited outdoor storage. Remove all appliances, construction materials, and miscellaneous items with the exception of patio furniture. Item number 4, installed plastic shed without permits. Obtained plans, permits, and inspections. Item number 5, install addition with bathroom and roof over on left side of mobile home with no permits. Obtain plans, permit, and inspection. Item number 6, installation of jacuzzi with wooden deck and wooden fence with no permits. Obtain plans, permit, and inspections. Item number 7, installation of electrical cameras without a permit. Item number 8, installation of addition efficiency with kitchen on right side of mobile home without permits. Item number 9, installation of new kitchen, living room area, and washer and dryers without permits. Item number 10, alter structural, electrical, and plumbing without permits. Obtain plans, permit, and inspections. There are 10 items on this notice violations. As of August 16, 22, there has been no permits obtained.
So all the violations continue?
Continue.
I would like to say that.
Ma'am,
Sorry.
Oh, no, you can
Yeah,
speak,
after-
but after
yeah.
code, and you can ask questions of code enforcement too, but you have to wait till they finish, then you can ask questions of them, and then you can speak.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
I just wanted to add that they did inherit this property like this when they purchased it. They do qualify for an amnesty program, so they do have that option, but they have to apply through the building department. And it is my recommendation that they have 60 days to comply, if not a $50 per diem with a $100 admin fee. Thank you. You may go.
Do you have anything else at this time?
Not at this time.
So.
Okay, but yes, but also before you start speaking, please, your name, your address, your relationship to the property, and then tell us what you want to say.
And
Lilia Santana.
please speak into the mic for the record. Thank you.
I'm Lilia Santana. Sorry. I'm Celia Santana's daughter. Can I speak Spanish so my mom can understand what I'm saying?
You can speak Spanish so she can understand what you're saying, but because of other legal requirements, you first have to say it in English.
Okay.
And then you can say it to her in Spanish.
Okay.
And you can translate for her also if you wish to. You know.
Okay. So some of the regulation that we had, the outside storage, building material outside, we did comply. We did remove everything. I came and I showed to the desk all the pictures and everything that we did comply with that. The removal of the French door, honestly.
You are allowed to have those things. You just have to obtain a permit. Unfortunately, the previous owner did not obtain any of them.
Right.
So, as I mentioned before, your mother does qualify for the amnesty program.
Right.
Mary, can you please provide the information?
Okay.
Can you please give them to? Hold on to them, okay? So that will help your mom to legalize anything she wants to keep. If she's going to get a demolition permit, she can also get it through that program, and she can remove anything that she no longer wants. But the the real issue here is that everything that was added onto the mobile home requires a permit.
Okay.
You can translate for her if you want, and
I'm gonna tell her.
or you could ask code enforcement questions, and you can ask them to explain the amnesty program. But you know so you understand. I think you're going to follow what I'm saying. What we're here today on are the violations. The amnesty program, you applying for it, would not be.
Okay.
That's not involved in this hearing. That's something you would do with the town.
Okay. ¿Tú quieres hacer alguna pregunta?
Sí, que quiero las vías para
Oh, yeah. So
poder acabar de legalizar. Porque
I did try to contact some of the contacts that is under the county information that works, especially in the mobile homes. A lot of them, they didn't answer or they were full of work. So that's why it took so long. I really appreciate the 60 days extension.
Well, you have 60 days from today,
Okay.
but if you enter that amnesty program, your mom enters, qualifies, she will need her title, driver's license, and a utility bill to match.
Okay.
You know, that's her primary resident.
Okay.
So that's how she will qualify. Now, once she has that and she qualifies, it will start the code enforcement proceedings, and it will give her more time. It will give her up to 6 months.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
That's fair enough. Thank you.
That's if she qualifies, because she's not in the program right now. So,
Right. Okay.
what else do you want to say, or does she want to say? If you want.
So, te dieron la amnistía que aplique para amnistía, te dan 60 días, 6 meses, si aprueba. Para sacar todo lo que
Califica, sí califica.
Exacto.
dijiste que todos los exteriores lo quitamos, que todo está limpio.
Sí.
Sí. Yo voy a tener que hacer una inspección para verificar que todo ya está removido, esa parte, entonces voy a pasar. Si quieren, me llaman. ¿Usted tiene mi
Yo
tarjeta?
tengo su tarjeta.
Me llaman para cuando estén disponibles para la inspección, ¿ok? Gracias.
Gracias.
So you, as testified by Officer Ramirez, you will make arrangements for her to re-inspect, and your mother will apply for this. But again, that's not within the scope of this hearing today. So is there anything else right now? Okay, so based on the testimony and the evidence on file, which is all accepted into the record without objection, I do find that there are violations here of 5105, 5752B, and 1248 of the code of the town, as shown by the testimony and the evidence. Sadly, though, your mother acquired the property with the violations. You know, when someone buys a property, they buy the violations. It's like buying a used car. You know, it's you buy it as you know as is, and you're responsible. So
We didn't know that. That's why we did it.
right, I understand. So so your mother will be afforded, in light of these violations, various violations, 60 days to comply. If not, on the 61st day, there will be a $50 per day fine until there's compliance. That's each day until there's compliance. So I would encourage her to either be diligently working to bring these remaining violations to correction or compliance, and or to apply for the amnesty program, or both concurrently. And the $100 per diem, excuse me, strike that, the $100 administrative fee is hereby imposed because there are violations, and that's imposed anytime there is a violation. That's what the order provides. If you remain a moment, you can get a copy of it. Do you have any questions of myself or of the town now that you're here?
Not at the moment.
All right, dale una copia de. Thank you.
puedo pasar mañana porque hoy tengo que ir. Yo estoy ya para irme para el trabajo. Ok, gracias.
Traiga el título, el BIN y la licencia.
Ok.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Next case is on section 7.7.
Your next case is 7.7.
Yeah, and the case is 6010.
Este caso 6010 ese caso XEXE Inc. XEXE Inc. 6010.
Chief Code Officer Jocelyn Ramirez for the Town of Pembroke Park, case 6010. Property owner XEXE Inc., site address 2311 through 2315 John P. Lyons Lane, Pembroke Park, Florida. A notice of violation was sent out by regular mail on July 13, 2021. Sent out, a notice of formal hearing with a copy of the notice of violation was sent out by certified mail on August 2nd, 22, posted to the property and town hall on August 5th, 2022. The violations were for operations without a business tax receipt, obtain a business tax receipt and display on property. Item number 2, abandoned vehicles on property. All vehicles are required to have a current tag, operable and repair condition. Item number 3, parking on swale prohibited. Remove all vehicles from swale area and park vehicles within parking lot parking zones. Item number 4, installation of security camera without a permit. Obtain plans, permit, and inspections. Item number 5, exterior back end wall has graffiti and requires maintenance. Item number 6, exterior north and south walls require maintenance. Item number 7, parking lot requires maintenance. Item number 8, prohibited outdoor storage. Item number 9, portable storage container prohibited. The portable storage container is allowed as long as the tenant does have a business tax receipt license, which at this time they don't.
So it's not allowed without it, so.
Right. So I have been in contact with the property owner. They've been working diligently to correct the violations. At this time, they have they've informed me that they've removed the outdoor storage. However, I haven't been able to do an inspection. I was scheduled to do one yesterday, but I wasn't able to make it. So I'm gonna go this afternoon. But they are working diligently to correct all the violations. They have corrected 3 items so far that I have inspected myself out of the 9. So it is my recommendation that since they're working very diligently, to give them 45 days to correct the remainder. If not, $250 per diem and $100 admin fee.
Anything else at this time, officer?
Not at all.
Give your name, your business address, your relationship to the property, and then tell us what you want to say.
Lori English, the owner, 2311 John P. Lyons Lane.
Miss English, can you please speak into the mic for the record?
Lori English, 2311 John P. Lyons Lane.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is
Go ahead,
there
go ahead.
anything?
Yeah, say
No, I
anything you
thought
want to
that
say
we
or
had
ask.
complied with, there was only like 3 items left, so that's what I'm.
Well, that's what I said,
From our
that we
correspondence.
I had discussed with you and your tenant, Suk's, it's the auto body.
Right.
They called me, they said they removed the storage. So, again, there are items that have been corrected, but there's items that I still have to re-inspect myself. I know you told me you corrected some of the items, but I can't say that on the record until I see it for myself.
Okay, because From what we thought, the only things left were one of the tenants has a closed circuit security camera that I know we filled out the paperwork and they're applying for a permit
Yeah.
for that, either to remove it or to make, bring it into compliance.
Right, I mean, there's things that, the cameras require a permit.
Right.
Various things require a permit. And the way the hearings operated, in case you're not conversant with them, is that, the magistrate has to go by what evidence is presented today, is like what you might be doing. If they haven't confirmed it, I can't take that into account because there's no certainty to that. Graffiti, has the graffiti been corrected?
Yes, the graffiti has been corrected. They did paint the front and back end of the property. However, they did not paint the north and south wall, but that's what she mentioned to me that they did do as of yesterday.
But they have to paint all the walls.
Yeah, because there's item number 5 specifically says about the graffiti, and item number 6 specifically says the north and south wall, which as you can see in the photo, have an extensive amount of dirt buildup. But Ms. English did inform me that that was taken care of in the past 2 days, right?
Yes, we weren't aware that we had to do the side building because they weren't side when the painter, when we did initially, when we got the violation, we painted the front and the back. I didn't know we had to do the side, so we've taken care of that now.
Ask any questions now, because the thing is, as you may have noticed, when there's multiple violations, there, for you to be in compliance, let's say there's 10 violations and you've complied with 7, you're still out of compliance as to 3. So when there's multiple violations, to not have the fine accrue, you have to be in full compliance of all violations. That's, there's no halfway house on that. Am I clear? Do you understand what I'm?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything particularly, Officer Ramirez, complicated about correcting these violations, or?
Well, this violation has been open since July 12, 2021, and one of the complications that I've seen myself is the tenant obtaining a business tax receipt because they have to pass electrical, structural, and mechanical inspection. I think plumbing as well. So it's been a long time since that tenant's been there and hasn't obtained the business tax receipt. And it's possibly because they need permits, either permits to correct the parking lot, permits to correct the electrical cameras and other items inside the unit.
They have to be in compliance to get the BTR.
Yeah.
Well,
Your tenant understand that?
Yeah,
Have you discussed that with your tenant?
Yeah, the reason it's taken so long, and it should have been done quicker, but one of the reasons it took so long was to obtain the architect to get plans drawn up, which they finally got, and they actually finally submitted the application for the permitting with the plans and all the things, and getting a contractor, they had difficulty with that as well. So the architect was backed up a long time. I mean, I know it's not an excuse, but it's actually what happened over that time period. But finally, they've got everything. I think yesterday they got a process number finally, and now when they get the permit, I don't know how long that's going to take. So we're kind of at the mercy of the time frame of the town. Once they get that, I'm sure the work will be done expeditiously, and hopefully they'll do it correctly and get their inspections and pass their inspections. So that I don't know that we could actually, I think it's almost impossible to do it in 45 days. Even if
we got to keep in mind that it's been open for more than a year as well.
I understand, I know, and then it was difficult for them to get the, it's not your fault, it's, I'm not putting the blame on the town, I'm just saying the time of 45 days I don't think it can be done. It would be a miracle to be able to get the permit issued, do the work I'm sure they can do quickly, but then pass the inspections and then get your CO, do all that is going to take more than 45 days. So I was hoping we could just, because
I
It's a
can,
little bit of
I
a
can
special
agree
circumstance.
60 days, only because we have given more than a year and a month so far to comply with
No,
all the
I
violations.
appreciate that. But,
So I can agree to an additional 2 months, but it needs to get done.
I mean,
And
if
your
it gets
tenant,
to
your,
the point where they're just waiting for finals and everything, where you still have to come back, or where there's some kind of leeway in that.
final inspections is the final. It's,
No, I'm just saying we've got they did the work. Now they're still going back.
right, because your tenant did stop by yesterday, and I did get some new information that in order for them to have that portable container or truck, I'm going to call it a truck,
That's their business. Yeah, that's
Trailer.
just a mobile.
in
children's
order for them
instruction.
to keep that there, they're gonna have to alter their parking lot, because right now they're, per the,
Right. and
Per
so
the
it's a
town planner.
mobile Children's what? I mean, what?
Well, it's a astronomy mobile van that goes to the different schools and instructs the children in the sciences and everything. It's not a storage unit.
All right,
That's it.
all right, thank you. I'm sorry, Officer Ramirez, go ahead.
So per the town planner, they have to alter their parking lot and make a parking lot for that actual trailer. So they have the space for it, but they have to alter now the parking lot per the town's planner's comment yesterday.
And that's a new one.
You understand they have to reconfigure the parking lot for the parking for that trailer, and if that is their business, frankly, not meaning to sound or anything, but that's something they should have done from day one, because if that's what they do, they need to have a parking accommodation, which is the right configuration.
No, I
Their
understand.
learning,
We just
their
learned
learning
that
vehicle or
yesterday.
their astronomy vehicle, or however you want to phrase it. Okay, in light of all the evidence and considering testimony of the town and of the respondent's representative, Mrs. English, and all the evidence on record which is accepted without objection, I'm going to find that there are violations of Town Code Sections 5103, 5105, 5207, 517, 5-2 AB, 1248, 13.1, 13.2, 15.7, 15.28, 15.40, 28.307, and 28.346, as amended by when they come into compliance by code verification of that particular compliance. So in light of all of the foregoing, I am going to give you 60 days to comply. It is true that it's somewhat time-consuming to get these permits, but it is also true, as the town pointed out, that this has been pending for over a year. So at least, from my perspective, the intention of code enforcement is not punitive, it's not remunerative, but it is to effectuate compliance. And we can't have these cases just turn on forever because, there'd be no finality and there would be no compliance. So 60 days is what you have. If not, there will be a per diem of $250 per day. After that time, starting on the 61st day, until there is compliance. And the $100 administrative fee is hereby imposed because there are multiple violations. I thank you for coming in. If you want to remain a moment, you can get a copy of this order. And thank you. And please speak to your tenant about what needs to be done, and be sure they understand the gravity of the situation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss English, Nasli is going to give you a copy of the final order, okay, for your records.
What is the next case you want to hear, or you want heard?
The next case is section 10.1, case 6886.
10.1? Okay, please proceed.
Chief Code Officer Jocelyn Ramirez for the Town of Pembroke Park, case 6886. Property owner Kenneth and Cheryl De Silva. Site address 3680 West Hallandale Beach Boulevard, Pembroke Park, Florida. A notice of hearing to extend time was sent out by certified mail on August 2nd, 2022, posted to the property and town hall on August 5th, 2022. It is my recommendation that the owner, he has 12 violations on this case. Did you want me to word them out for you, or because it's
If you briefly can in a summary fashion.
okay.
please.
So item number 1 is the wooden fence has erosion and is falling. Installed new wooden or remove wooden fence with permits and inspections. The wooden fence has been corrected. However, there was no permits obtained for that correction. Item number 2, parking vehicles on grass swell areas. Remove all vehicles from grass swell area and restore with new sod. Most of the vehicles have been removed. There's still one that I continuously see on the swale. It's on the back end of the property. And the sod still has not been replaced. So that has been partially taken care of. Item number 3, parking lot has cracks, holes, oil stain, and is damaged. Pave and restripe parking lot with permit and inspections. This has not been taken care of. And I did speak to the owner. I told him that I was going to check with the building official if they can just leave it the way that it is. But the building official did mention that they do need permits. And because they run a business, they do need striping for their customer and employee parking. Item number 4, exterior building and common areas has dirt buildup, pressure wash, repair, and paint exterior. This has been taken care of. Item number 5, roof exterior has dirt buildup, wash or chemically treat roof to remove dirt buildup. This item has been taken care of. Item number 6, portable container requires maintenance, pressure wash and paint, portable container, storage container to match building color. This was taken care of. Item number 7, storing tires outside, storing of appliance, tables, and chairs. Outdoor storage is prohibited. Remove all items and store inside. Most of the items have been removed from the outside. I still noticed that there was a car and a trash bin outside, and some tires are still outside.
Okay, so that is not in compliance?
No.
Just like the parking in the swale, doesn't matter if it's 1 vehicle or 5 or 10, there's no parking on the swale, there's no outdoor storage. So if you have some, you're still in violation. Go ahead.
Item number 8, overgrown hedges, trim all overgrown hedges. This has been taken care of in front of the property, or should I say on the side of the property. However, on the east side of the property, there's hedges that they share with the next door, and they have to trim their side. Okay. Item number 9, damage irrigation system. Obtain permit inspections to repair or remove irrigation system. This still hasn't been taken care of. Item number 10, sales of cars is prohibited and violates the certificate of use, business tax receipt. Haitian Tire is only allowed to sell tires. Remove all vehicles that are for sale. This has been taken care of. Item number 11, multiple abandoned vehicles on properties. No tags. Remove all abandoned vehicles. It has been taken care of. Item number 12, dumping of trash on swale. Remove all trash and debris from swale area. This has been taken care of. So today they're requesting for an extension. They have corrected most of the violations,
But not all.
but not all. So my recommendation is that they have 60 days to complete the rest of the items, if not a $250 per diem with a $100 admin fee.
Is there anything else?
No, that's all.
Sir, you are, your name, your business address, relationship to the property, and tell us what you want to say.
My name's Kenneth De Silva. I'm the property owner. I do have one question, Mr. Ramirez.
Yes, you can.
The edge that my property is about, their property where the edges are, the neighbor's edge, it's not quite on my property, and I have no rights to go trim their edges, ma'am.
No, the overgrown side, you share. There's you shared those hedges because they're in between the property.
I
So
will bring you
any-
a survey.
anything that's overgrown onto your side, you do have to trim unless you give permission to the other owner to come and walk over to your side. But the law says that if it's overgrown to your side, you have to trim
I
that
understand,
area.
it's like a tree, I have a right to trim if it's on my side.
Yeah.
I will provide the town with a survey. As far as that's concerned, I thought we kind of agreed that I was gonna not black that, but to put this driveway sealer. I'm asking the town for 90 days, sir, because I'm having a little problem getting somebody just to pull a permit, just to come down to Pembroke Park for the fence. They want $500. Some of these costs are outrageous. I have to comply no matter what. Mrs. Ramirez is right. When I originally thought we had property sold to Mr. David Garici, we were in a process. So when he got informed of these corrections, I assumed he was going to take care of the tenant. On May 18th, I was out of town. I was served with a letter from the town, and I informed Mrs. Ramirez I didn't get that until 2 weeks later that I got the letter. Somebody else signed for it. Obviously, I have a problem. I have been going to the post office. Find out somebody else signed for my mail. I have full intent of correcting all the problems. I'm in the process of getting somebody, 4 companies, to come and do the fence and do it right. As far as the cars is concerned, Mrs. Ramirez, I mean, that one car might be the employee's car, but I will keep doing this. I'll keep telling them they can't park, nobody can park a car there. Now, if it's a customer.
That's an internal matter for you, but parking is not allowed in the swale and.
No, sir, I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's not.
If somebody parks in the swale, I really have no right to tell them to move their car, sir. It's public property.
Well, it's not, it's public property, but, you know, if it's somewhere where you know that it is an employee of a tenant of yours.
Absolutely, sir.
You have every right, I'm not advising you, that's.
No,
but you have
right.
every right to have an internal rule, regulation, or contract addendum that says, if you want to work here, there's
gotta
no
comply.
parking on the swale. So
Sir,
you do
I
have
will do
every
my
right to-
best. I'm just saying, if you ever see another car parked there, or, you know.
But they're also parking on the swale on your property. You have swales on your property. You have grass, trees. They can't be parking there. That's the purpose of the parking lot. That's why there's
I will
parking
provide
zones
you
for
with a
employees,
survey.
customers. You have to provide that to the building department. The building official made his decision. He says you need parking zones for your employees. You have a business there.
Yes,
That business needs, there's no stripes for anything.
It's never been, ma'am. The town of Pembroke Park gave a permit under the conditions that are existing right now.
Well, then that's what needs to be corrected, because there's a business there. They need their employee parking. They cannot park under a tree. They cannot park on the grass. They need a zone for the parking.
Okay, but I thought in order to be a code infraction, it had to be something to begin with.
Well, the town code requires.
Was there a town
Right.
code? That business has been there for 33 years, sir.
Right, but, you know, the difference is, again, not advising you, but just as a point of general knowledge. So if you had a covenant with the town or a contract or something permanent that said, you know, you don't need striping here, I would listen to that. But
Sir,
when
this
it's,
has been a
when,
permit built in 1998 through the town of Pembroke Park,
Right.
and this was addressed at that time. And at that time, there was no strapping needed.
right, but, for example, if, with things that change with the codes as they change, if it doesn't, like, what someone built in 1970, it does not comply, let's say, with the current National Fire Code or with the Florida Building Code, it might be grandfathered, but
I
when it's...
cannot pull the,
But, when,
I'm
but,
not
but,
pulling.
but let me finish,
Okay,
all
I'm
right?
sorry,
So
sir.
let me finish. When it's an annual permit and it's an annual requirement and the laws change, you must comply with the code. So you're not grandfathered because something was permitted in 1998 and the code didn't require it then, and it requires it now. I'm telling you that for a grandfather, you need much more than that. Simply the fact that something was permitted doesn't mean that, that's good for life, particularly when there's an annual permit involved.
What's
So-
the annual permit, sir, if I may ask?
Well, it would be a BTR, it would be, a CU. All of those are occupational license.
Occupational
Those
license,
are-
okay.
All of those are annual permits.
Okay, sir.
So you have to comply with the law as it changes. It's
Okay.
not like, I did this in 1990 and I never have to do anything
Okay.
else. It doesn't work that way. So,
And the other reason, sir, is I can have a non-compliant tenant, which I'm trying to work with.
right, and that's, and
That's
again,
part
I
of,
don't.
that's the whole problem at the start of
Right.
this whole thing.
Right, and I don't mean to be, dismissive of your problems with the tenant, but those are problems that you need to address with your tenant privately in whatever proceedings you have with him or her. It doesn't involve the town, but they have to look to you as the owner, and I'm looking to you as the owner because, unlike other cases you might have heard here today, you're really not a representative or a management company. You are the owner. So
Right.
you are really 100% the responsible person.
Right.
All right?
And I'm not
So-
trying to
Right.
do away with that.
I was just going to say, Mr. Magistrate, I can agree to the 90 days.
All right. So, in light of all the testimony and all the evidence that's been considered, including the evidence on file which is admitted, I am going to give you, and if it were up to me, because this has been going on for some time, I want you to know I would not give any further extensions whatsoever, because this has been going on for an appreciable period of time. So I'm going to give you 90 days to comply. If you have not complied in 90 days, there will be a $250 per day fine. The $100 fine is imposed because there are violations of the town code that have been demonstrated as shown in the notice of violation, in the order, and by the testimony here today. So, and I would make an administrative note for the record that, this case has again been going on for some time, and there should be no further extensions considered here. Okay?
Yes,
So
sir.
if you want to remain a moment, you can get a copy of the order. And thank you for coming in.
Okay? I just have a question, sir. Once the permit's been achieved, does that still have to conform under the 90 days?
The town will
They have to be
respond.
completed within those 90 days.
Even though the permits have been pulled?
I'm sorry?
If the permits have been pulled?
Right, you have to complete all inspections within the 90 days.
Days, okay. Thank you.
Everything has to be done within the 90 days. If not, there will be a fine.
Mr. Magistrate, the next case is going to be on page 7, agenda item 13.5.
13.5?
Yes, sir. Case 5558. 58.
5558.
Good morning. I'm Code Officer Eric Richwagen, representing the town of Pembroke Park. This is case number 5558. This is a hearing to confirm fine. The owners are identified by David Ezel TR, and the tenants are Gladys Manana. The site address for this is 2308 Southwest 31st Court. A notice of formal hearing to confirm fine was issued on 7/19/2022, sent out certified mail on 7/21/2022. The affidavit of service was posted to the property and town hall on 7/22/2022. The total accrued fines as of today are $15,250. And that concludes my testimony for this portion.
Do you have anything else you want to add?
No, sir.
And give your name, your business address, your relationship to the property, and say what you want to say. Please note, by way of explanation so you understand, that this now is simply a supplemental order to certify a lien. We're not rehearing your case. Your case was heard and an order was entered on May 18th of last year. So this is not, I just want to explain this to you, but this is not revisiting or rehashing your whole case. This is just that kind of an order. So please go ahead and say what you want to say.
Okay. My name is Charles Widener, Bucklew Engineers. We're handling the plans for her. Right now, we're looking for a 30-day extension on regards to structural repairs. And again, it's only in regards to permitting and the plan reviews. I actually have a meeting with with Miguel out at the site in regards to the structural items pending. Again, we did the plans for her. We're just looking for a 30-day extension only in regards to the plan reviews and the permitting.
I mean, I know what I want to say about it, but does the town care to give any response, or you want me to? I'll address it, but.
Sorry. My other question was, is she part of the embassy?
No, she is not. So for some of the questions, I'm going to give you my card. Stay in contact with me. We can do any questions you have, because extensions are possible. We can discuss this for here. So this is the hearing to confirm fine. What was your first question? I'm sorry.
Again, we're looking for an extension only in regards to plan review and the permit release.
Well, let me say that I'm not inclined to consider that. One, because it wasn't requested. Two, because it's a hearing to confirm the fine. The fines, once they exist for a while and they remain unpaid and there's no correction, you certify the fine. That's the system. That's how you bring the.
Well, she can mitigate those at a future date.
She can mitigate those. Certainly, she has every ability and every right to request mitigation. However, to request mitigation, there must be compliance.
Right.
There's no, so, yes, well, but you can't put the cart before the horse, at least not with me. There is no compliance. So this is an order to certify the fine. So I'm inclined to enter the order because the case goes back to May 18th of 2021. There's been no compliance in that time interval of 1 year and 3 months, more or less.
I've had the job.
And no, I understand, but, again, what this town and what every town does is after a certain age of the orders, they're certified for the lien. So, I'm going to enter the order. And
Mr. Magistrate, just one thing I do want to inform one. So you guys can partially apply for the amnesty, some of it, because some of the work was caught being done at the time.
Correct.
But some of the stuff that was previously done could qualify.
And that's the items that I'm going to review with Miguel.
Right.
Yes.
And you can be here in the future, and I don't mean to throw the book at her or anything. That's not my intent. Please explain it to her. I'm sure she's a wonderful person. That's not my intent at all. But again, with the system, there's violations. If there's no correction, if there's no extension, we're left with an order that has not been complied with, and it's a year and 3 months later, 15 months later. So The city has asked for a supplemental order certifying this as a code enforcement lien. Based on the other order and all the evidence of record, which is accepted, and the other order, which administrative notice is taken of, there is a fine of $15,250, which I'm going to hereby confirm. And I'm going to enter an order, and I'm going to give you a copy, and please explain this to her. If she comes into compliance, and it's certainly my wish that she does, she has every right to come back here with you and request, as you've seen perhaps others do today, the
How
fine.
does this work in regards to the lien?
Well, the fine has to be mitigated,
Correct.
but you can only mitigate, and then the lien will be reduced.
Okay.
Or, in some cases, if you pay it, as
But
you.
it's not going to be a demo order or anything like that. It's
No, it's a fine. This kind of fine is not it's not an unsafe structures demolition order that is going to cause the, no, it's not going to cause the demolition or the removal of the structure. But what it is a lien, it's an encumbrance on the property until the town either seeks to foreclose it if it's non-homestead, or until the property is sold. And then it's paid. If you comply, you can request mitigation. If you pay the mitigated reduced amount, then it's released. That's how it works. But again, that's putting the cart before the horse, or,
understand.
The stable before the bar, whatever. You understand what I'm trying to tell you. So, she has to do that first.
Okay.
And then you can come back here and request those things. But she first has to be in compliance.
Now, in regards to my plan submittal that we currently have going, just speaking with him, I'm pretty sure we can get it done within a week, 2-week period. I was just going to get the request in regards to the additional time.
Right, but there's no, like, when you give additional time, it's because there has been a timely request for an additional time, which is considered by the town. Here, that time has passed.
Okay.
And the order has come to be certified.
Correct.
And because, believe me, in my personal view, this town is fairly liberal about giving extensions. That's my own opinion anyway. So, but you're past that point now with this. Okay? This is what the order is going to provide. You can get a copy of it.
I'll review it with
Please explain to her that if she comes into compliance, and if your firm, I'm sure, can ably and capably help her come into compliance, you can come back here and, just as you may have heard someone else do, ask for the fine to be reduced.
Okay.
And then that will be done on the record, and it will change this. But that, again, it can't happen until she is in compliance.
Thank you.
Okay? You understand? Please explain it to her and remain for a copy of the order, please, if you would.
Thank you.
No, give me one moment. 1 second, please. This is the amnesty specification. All the information for that.
She applies to this?
Yeah, she can apply because she inherited an addition on that mobile home. So she can apply for that portion.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
No
guys.
problem.
Let me give
Guys, will you hang on a minute so you can get a copy of it? Right. Please explain all of this to her if she doesn't. Sir, please explain this to her. Please explain to her if she doesn't understand, so she doesn't,
I will. Thank
Please,
you.
thank you. Thank you very much.
Next case is on 7.5.
Case number 7.5.
Yep. Case 5736.
Case number 5736. 5736. Gracias.
Okay. Chief Code Enforcement Officer Jocelyn Ramirez for the town of Pembroke Park. Property owner David E. Zell. Mobile home owner Marco Fernandez. Site address 2314 Southwest 31st Avenue, Pembroke Park, Florida. I'd like to state for the record that this is former Officer Teresa Malcolm's case that I will be taking over. I reviewed the case, and there is in fact multiple violations.
And you have personal knowledge of what you're going to testify to?
Yes, I have personal knowledge, and I have evidence into the record of that the violations exist from the former Officer Teresa Malcolm.
That's acceptable. Go ahead.
Okay. A notice violation was handed April 12, 2021, and sent out by regular mail on April 14, 2021. A notice of formal hearing with a copy of the notice violation was sent out by certified mail on August 2nd, 22, posted to the property and town hall August 5th, 2022. The violations were for installation of vinyl sided, started prior of obtaining a permit. Item number 2, multiple doors changed out without a permit. Item number 3, multiple additions and walkway deck to the addition added to the mobile home without a permit. Item number 4, stairs need to be repaired, tripping hazard. Refer to the building department for permit with plans and inspections. Item number 5, multiple windows changed out without a permit. Item number 6, overgrown vegetation around the property, trim, clean up, and maintain the landscaping within the property line. Item number 7, exposed dryer hose at mobile home, removal or seal the area. Item number 8, verify if sheds installed without a permit, including the small wooden storage unit, obtain a permit for the sheds with plans and inspections. Item number 9, washer and dryer installed without a permit in the shed. Item number 10, new AC installed prior of obtaining a permit. Item number 11, prohibited use of outdoor storage. Remove the shutter from behind the tree at the site of home. Removal of Rubbermaid sheds, crates, wood, lawnmower, broken concrete facades, etc., and all other items, leaving only patio furniture. Item number 12, abandoned vehicle on the property. All vehicles must be fully operable with current tax. Remove of the car from property. There are an extensive amount of violations. However, no permits have been pulled as of August 16, 2022.
Personally.
Yes, I've checked, and they did attempt to obtain a permit for the AC. However, that AC permit is expired, so they will have to obtain a new permit for that. I'm gonna allow the respondent who is here. I'm not sure if they inherit some of the violations when they purchase the property. However, if they did, they can attempt to qualify or apply for the amnesty program. So based on the violations that exist, it is my recommendation to give them 60 days to comply. If not, $50 per diem with a $100 admin fee.
Is there anything else, Officer Ramirez, at this time?
Not at this time.
Okay. Sir, your name, your address, your relationship to the property, and then tell us what you want to say.
Gotcha. My name is Marcos Fernandez. My mother lives there. I live there as well. I'll take the 60 days. I did prepare like a statement just to give a little bit of backstory if you'd like to hear it. Some of the...
Well, you have every right to give your statement, so feel free to...
You can pull the mic to you. I know it's a little bit low.
Yes, why don't you do that, because you're...
Gotcha. Sorry, thank you. Just some of these were taken care of with Teresa.
Okay.
The van isn't there anymore. Got rid of it a while ago, a long time ago actually. The AC, you're right, we did pull the permit. Due to the pandemic, some of the parts weren't in the area, and it took about 6 months for some of them to be shipped out. That's the block that's in the bottom. We had to wait for that to ship out because they wouldn't ship it individually. So things like that. The vinyl siding, I just haven't pulled a permit for that. 60 days should be sufficient to deal with that. There are other things that are like a hindrance to getting all this done, such as not being able to find a contractor. I did apply for the amnesty program.
Okay.
I talked to Miguel before it even applied. I came, sat down with him. I've talked to Lucy, to Jeffrey. They've been extremely helpful. I applied on the first week that it came out because I thought with that information that they're giving you in the amnesty program, I could find a contractor. And I've called all those numbers and no luck yet. I know it's my responsibility to fix. We made the mistake. A lot of the things were inherited, I believe. But really it's just about finding a contractor to take on the job. And I've gotten really bad responses from them, saying that they just don't want to work in the city, things like that. I know it's not on you guys. You guys seem like you're just two people doing your job. And
You have a recommended list of contractors that is available to the residents, or?
Upon request, they have to request it through the town clerk, and then they receive a list from the building department. However, I do know that City of Hollywood does have a list of contractors on their webpage on the building department. So if you like, take my card, and you can call me, and I can give you all that information to make it more efficient for you. I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of the things also, when I was working with Teresa, she would come by. The shed, for example, we found out that it was grandfathered in. It's been there since like the 70s. The washer and dryer that's in there has always been there as well. That's something
Things can only be grandfathered in if there was an actual permit for those things,
Right.
for those
I think
items.
the public misunderstands that. Again, that sometimes the public perception is, understandably, because, but it's that, well, if the shed was there, or if the addition was there in 1960 or something, it's grandfathered because the town didn't cite me. To be grandfathered, one, it had to be lawful under the code at that time. That the burden's on you to show that. Two, you need a permit. So if it wasn't allowed, and or if you don't have a permit, it ain't grandfathered, okay?
Okay, no,
Right,
from my
so-
understanding with talking to Teresa
No,
at the
but-
time and Lucy, they had both checked, I believe. Maybe I am wrong, and maybe it just isn't wrong.
Did
and
they,
I'm not gonna argue that.
did they provide a copy for you?
There was some emails involved. I could go through those.
Okay.
I could.
Yeah,
I'll
because
call you and
unfortunately,
let you
they're
know.
not in the record. I only have like an extension request email and an email about the AC, but I don't have anything about the shed. So yes, if you can provide that information, definitely we'll work with you.
Yeah, it's really just the addition that was added. There was a Florida room that was, they enclosed it, and that was without a permit.
We need a
I
permit
understand.
to enclose
Yeah, I know.
Florida room.
I'm looking to get a permit to demolish and rebuild something new. I'm fine with that.
You'll need a demolition permit.
Demolition permit.
Need a permit for most anything on the exterior. Most anything of any significance, you need a permit.
60 days I could make work. I could do my best. I would want to get this resolved. The people that were here earlier, I know it's not about them, it's about this case, but they got this, the same violation, not the same, but at the same date. They're my neighbors. So I've seen like two of my neighbors here. They got the same violation notice on those same days. They didn't apply for the amnesty program, so they are getting 6 months on top of today. I did apply for the amnesty program about 4 months ago or so, something along that line. So, getting 60 days on top of that, while my neighbors who got it at the same time and haven't resolved the issue in the same amount of time that I was given, them getting 6 months. I would like to request maybe more than 60, but
Right, but
only
the
60, I
the
understand.
amnesty program is up to it has nothing to do with the special magistrate proceedings. That's up to the town to, process in accordance with whatever criteria you've set up. So, I mean, if the, I
Right,
can't-
there are conditions.
So,
Some items, like the vinyl siding and the AC, were installed, so those won't qualify under the amnesty. So there are things that will and things that won't. So what I will urge you to do is correct the ones that are not part of the amnesty.
Yeah, for like the vegetation and stuff, I took care of a lot of the small
you
things.
understand what would be part of the amnesty and what isn't?
Yeah.
Do you know?
Things
Because
like
if
the,
not,
the
now.
AC and the vinyl, I did do after. Like
Right.
that's on me. Things that
Right.
were before. I lived there. My mother lived there.
Right.
That would apply for the amnesty. I understand.
Okay, perfect.
All right, based on the testimony and the evidence, which is all accepted into the record without objection, and having considered everything brought before us here today, I am going to find that there is a violation of Town Codes 5103, 5105, 517, 1248, and 13-2. I am going to give the respondent, and he seems like a diligent young man, but again, it's multiple violations, and these things have been pending a while. They have been pending since April of 21. 60 days to comply. If not, there will be a $50 per diem imposed on the 61st day and each day thereafter that there's no compliance, and there's a $100 admin fee imposed, as there is for every case in which there's a violation. And if you remain a moment, you can get a copy of the order. I appreciate you coming in, and I appreciate you continuing to work diligently to correct these, violations on your property. Thank you.
Next case is 7.1, case 5557.
Five 5557.
Yes.
And what file number did you say that was?
Section 7.1.
7.1? 5557. You may proceed.
Chief Code Officer Jocelyn Ramirez for the Town of Pembroke Park, case 5557, property owner BAM MHC LLC, mobile home owner Daisy L. Valle, site address 2401 Susan Lane, Pembroke Park, Florida. A notice of violation was handed and given by regular mail on March 2nd, 2021. And this was to the former mobile home owner, Barbara Orr.
The former owner, Barbara Orr.
Yeah. And then a notice of formal hearing with a copy of the notice of violation was sent out by certified mail on August 2nd, 22, and posted to the property and town hall on August 5th, 2022, to the current owner.
And when the notice was first cited on March 2nd of 21, the current owner, Ms. Valle, was not the owner then. It was Ms. Orr.
Correct. Okay. So the violations were for replacement of water heater without a permit. Item number 2, installation of shed without a permit. Item number 3, installation of propane tank without a permit. Item number 4, installation of stairs without a permit. So therefore, they have to obtain permits, plans for the permits and inspections. At this time, there is no permits for these items. However, I have spoken to the current owner, Ms. Daisy Valle, and she was there with the former owner, and the former owner gave her the impression that she had corrected all the violations before, well, I don't know if it was before or after purchasing the new mobile home. But
that's
this would be,
credible as that may be, that's a matter between them, is it not?
yes, it is. And but however, since she did inherit all these items, again, they do, you know, if they provide the information, they may qualify for the amnesty program. So it is my recommendation to give the current owner 60 days to comply, if not a $50 per diem with a $100 admin fee.
Is there anything else you want to say at this time?
Not at this time.
Okay, ma'am, please give your name, your address, and your relationship to this property, and then tell us what you want to say.
Good morning, Gisela
And
Algares.
please turn the mic, or you can hold the mic manually if you wish to, but either way, just as long as you're audible.
Now? Can you hear me better?
Yes, I think so, yes.
Just a little louder, that's all.
Okay, good morning. My name is Gisela Algarin. I'm the daughter of Daisy L. Valley. I'm also a co-owner on the title of the property, 2401 Susan Lane, Hallandale, Pembroke Park, Hallandale Beach. As Ms. Ramirez had mentioned, we inherited these violations not knowing
Your
any
mother's
of them.
aware of this today, though, your mother, and
Yes,
and
yes.
sent you?
Yes.
All right,
She's
yes, go ahead,
completely aware
yes.
of it.
All right.
We did inherit them without knowing that Miss Barbara Orr already knew about the violations, so we weren't told when the property was purchased. Even though this is the situation, we are already taking care of them. We did submit already building application permits for 2 or 3 of the violations. They were submitted yesterday. Everything was done through fax, through email. So the stairs and shed permit application was already submitted, and
That was submitted.
yeah, it was submitted. I have the copies here just in case, and
You know, it's encouragement that you have submitted them, and that's looked upon favorably, but, you know, it has to be, in terms of code enforcement, it has to be submitted for and approved, not just pending. You know, it has to be approved.
okay, I don't know, the documents, one was sent on Friday through email. The other one was sent yesterday through email. You know, this is something that I just found out about a few weeks ago, and it's, first of all, it's been not easy to find someone to help me take care of the situation, though she knows that I am trying to take care of the situation because I've come in here and I've contacted them various times by phone. But yes, the situation is being taken care of, and I expect that within, I guess, the next 60 days, everything else should be handled.
Okay.
Is there anything else you want to say?
No, that's it.
Are you going to move forward with applying for the amnesty, or you're just going to take
No,
care?
we're taking care of the situation.
Okay. All right.
That's what you prefer to do?
Yes, because it's just that this is a second home for my mom, so she does not qualify
Oh,
through
okay.
the rules that the application requests.
Right,
Understood.
and I appreciate your candor. Yeah, because it's
So-
not, it's not her homestead then, because it's not her primary residence.
If that's the case, then I would be inclined to give them 90 days since they did inherit these violations. However, the moment they got the notice, they jumped on it. So I will be inclined to give them 90 days. That's okay with you, Mr. Magistrate?
I would tell you if it's not.
Then I will go with your recommendation.
So, is there anything else, Mr. Valle, that you want?
No,
right.
that's it.
Okay, based on the testimony and the evidence of record, which I have taken into account, and the evidence which has been considered and submitted into the record and is accepted, I am going to find that there are violations of Town Code Sections 5105 and 517 here. You are going to be afforded 90 days to come into compliance. So after 90 days, on the 91st day and on each day thereafter, there will be a $50 per day or per diem fine until there is compliance. The $100 administrative fee is imposed as it is uniformly in all cases in which a violation is found. And that's what the order is going to provide. And if you have no other questions, thank you for coming in and for your candor. And you may obtain a copy of the order if you want to remain here a moment while the town makes you a copy.
Well, she's also here for another case.
Oh, she's also here on another case? Another property?
Same property.
Same property. All right.
And that would be section 7.14 on the agenda.
¿Le diste a ella una copia? ¿Le vas a dar una copia a ella? Bueno, ella tiene otro caso, así que le puedes dar las dos copias, así, le das las dos copias.
Chief Code Enforcement Officer Jocelyn Ramirez for the Town of Pembroke Park, case 7336. Property owner BAM MHC LLC, mobile home owner Daisy L. Valle. Site address 2401 Susan Lane, Pembroke Park, Florida. Notice of formal hearing with a copy of the notice of violation was sent out by certified mail on August 2nd, 22. Posted to the property and town hall August 5th, 2022. The violations were for an installation of a new AC units without a permit. Plans for the permit inspections have to be attained. At this current time, there is a permit issue.
There is a permit issue?
Yeah, there's a permit issue as of August 12th, 2022. So therefore, is my recommendation to give them 30 days to complete that permit, if not a $50 per diem and a $100 admin fee.
In other words, 30 days to close out the permit. And or anything else at this time?
Not at this time.
Ms. Valle, what would you, please again for the record, your name, your address, and tell us what you want to say about this particular case, 7336.
Yes, Daisy L. Valley, Giselle Algarin, 2401 Susan Lane, Pembroke Park. As Ms. Ramirez mentioned, the building permit has already been sent in by email, and I'm just waiting for whatever else proceeds to complete the situation to have it corrected.
Need the permit issued, and then you need to close it. Do you understand?
Okay, well, they already, the air conditioning company, I just didn't know anything about these permits, so this is something learned.
But you need to know, because if you're a property owner, you need to know.
Okay, first time, so I guess I am learning from now on. but they are being taken care of. So the air conditioning company has already submitted the permits to them, and now I'm just waiting for whatever step comes next to complete the process.
Just make sure that the contractor follows up with you, because they do have to call in the building department for inspections. And they have to complete, if the work, this is an after the fact permit. So they should already, your permit has been issued,
Why
and
don't
they
you
should already
briefly- yeah, why don't
call
you
in for the
briefly- yeah,
inspections.
Briefly explain that to her, because she may not.
Right, so the permit has been issued, and the contractor now has to call in for inspections, mechanical inspections, to assure, and electrical, to assure that it's been installed correctly. So now, if it hasn't, then the inspectors will notify the contractor. The contractors will have to make those corrections and call re-inspections again. Now, if everything goes smoothly, they pass on the first inspection, you can complete that permit quickly.
Okay, so I just have to call them today and notify to get.
Yeah, just always make sure they're following up with you.
Okay.
Where's my permit status? You know, is it completed? Are you passing the final inspections?
Okay.
Et cetera.
I'll call them today.
30 days seem viable or doable by you?
Well, I mean, for the moment, I don't know if, hopefully it'll be taken care of within 30 days.
Officer Ramirez, in your professional opinion, is 30 days sufficient to secure this permit?
Well, since this is her first time, I will be inclined to give her 60 days and see how it goes from there. Because I can't say, you know, based on the contractor that she got. It's always depending on the contractors how quickly they move. But if it's her first time learning about the permit follow-ups and inspections, I will be inclined to give her 60 days.
That is your inclination, I will accept it. And, you know, because again, I think you've heard my theory is I'd rather just have someone have a reasonable time interval to comply, but I don't believe in, you know, sequential extensions or, you know, the cases have to be concluded. So my preference is to give someone the time that is viable and not give any further enlargements, okay? So 60 days is fine with you? All right. Based on the evidence of record, which is all admitted, and the testimony I've heard, I am going to find here that there is a violation of Code Sections 5105 and 517. You will have 60 days to come into compliance. If within that time you are not in compliance, there will be a daily fine of $50 until there is compliance. That is, the permit is approved, closed, you know, everything that is required by the code for the permit. There is a $100 admin fee imposed today because there is a violation. For any case that there's a violation, that fee is imposed today.
Okay. So that means I have to pay whatever is, I have to pay a fee?
Yeah, within 30 days, you have to pay the $100 administration costs.
And where is that taken care of?
After this hearing, you can submit the payment through money order or check. You can either submit it to me or right now, not a good time, but you can submit it as well to the building department.
Okay, will I receive a note of, is that what the document is for, what she's
Yes,
gonna give me?
it will be on the verbiage.
Okay.
The next case is on section 7.2. Case 5613.
Gracias, muchas gracias, muy amable.
I'm just waiting for Mary.
Mary at the door.
Hmm?
Or, isn't it?
Yeah. Mary, we're on case 5613. That's on section 7.2. Chief Code Enforcement Officer Jocelyn Ramirez for the Town of Pembroke Park, case 5613. Property owner 2250 Warehouse LLC. Site address 2260 Southwest 30th Pembroke Park, Florida. I'm sorry, 30th Avenue.
Could you repeat what agenda item number that is?
7.2, case 5613.
Okay. All right.
One second. All right, one moment. Okay, a notice of violation was sent out by regular mail on March 16, 2021. A notice of formal hearing with a copy of the notice of violation was sent out by certified mail on August 2nd, 2022, and posted to the property and town hall on August 5th, 2022. The violations were for demolition of Sirocco sign removed without a permit, obtained plans, permit, and inspections. Item number 2, installation of tankless water heater and bathroom renovation done without a permit, obtained plans, permit, and inspections. Item number 3, installation of electrical and lighting done without a permit, obtained plans, permit, and inspections. Item number 4, verify obtain permit for mezzanine loft. Item number 5, photo studio equipment mounted on ceiling installed without a permit, obtain plans, permit, and inspections. As of August 16, 2022, I did not see any permits on the building department system. It is my recommendation to give the property owner 45 days to correct the violations, if not a $250 per diem with a $100 admin fee.
Is there anything else at this time?
Not at this time.
Your name, your relationship to the property, and then tell us what you want to say.
My name is Jaime Peñaranda. I am the general contractor for the construction.
And your address, I'm sorry, your address is?
Yeah, the case is 5613.
Yes.
The address is 2250 Southwest 30th Avenue.
And your business address, not
Business
the
address,
your
21254 Northeast.
Yes, it's because he's here speaking.
Oh, yeah, okay. 2497 Southwest 126 Way, Miramar, Florida,
Okay.
33207.
Now go ahead with what you want to say.
I work with him. I'm gonna translate. He already had a permit.
I'm sorry, can you say your name for the record?
You need to say yes. If you need to speak, excuse me, you're right. Your name, your business address, your relationship to the property, and then say you.
My name is Carlos Salazar. I work with Mr. Jaime. He's the general contractor. So he doesn't speak fluent English, so I'm gonna explain the situation with the permit.
Okay, so you're here not to testify, but to translate for
To
him.
translate and explain because I've been participating with him in the
And to
process.
explain.
Yeah.
All right, so if you're going to be adding testimony, again, give your business address, your relationship to the property, and then go ahead.
My personal address is 3821 Southwest 160 Avenue, Unit 201, Miramar, Florida 33027. Yeah. That's my address.
Go ahead with what you.
Okay. That property had a couple of violations because the previous tenant did some modifications, interior alterations, signed without a permit. So the owner has been trying to finalize and comply with the violations. Mr. Jaime Peñaranda had an open permit for that previously and expired recently. He submitted again the documents to reopen the permit again because during previous inspection that he even has approved inspections. He doesn't have the final inspections yet, but he had previous inspections, and during those inspections there were some modification required by specific inspectors.
Is this for the expired permit or current
for the
permit?
expired permit, for the expired permit.
Okay, so you have to start with a new permit.
Yeah, he applied it again, and he's been in contact with Mr. Nunez,
And it was for all the items on?
all the items.
Okay.
So even Mr. Nunez is helping because he had performed inspections on the site.
Okay.
And he knows, the current situation now. Mr. Penaranda he has final inspections pending, so he needs to reopen the permit, do a couple of modifications, perform the final inspection, and finally close the permit. So I think he's requesting 90 days to, to have time to complete the reopen of the permit and complete the performance of inspections required to finalize the permit.
You said 90 days?
Yes, he's requesting 90 days.
Were you able to reinstate the permit?
He submitted documents a week and a half ago. He
Yes,
submitted
but
documents to reopen.
that wasn't the question. What she's asking you if the permit reinstatement has been approved.
The permit?
You had to obtain a new permit?
Yes.
You couldn't get a reinstatement?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Nunez provided an extension, but according to internal building department regulations, he said that he cannot extend the permit and that Peñaranda needed to apply again. So that he was going to help with the approved inspections because he knows the situation with the building. He only has final inspections.
Okay.
For the final inspection.
So how long you been working on this? Because this has been open since March 15, 2021, so well over a year.
¿Cuánto tiempo has estado trabajando en el proyecto? Como un año.
Como 9 meses.
9 months, 9 months. But
So
he needed time to pull permits, do some improvements, and then the inspector required modifications, and he had to redo those modifications and submit documents again for revisions, basically.
I think
it's been a
sufficient
process.
time has already been given, so I would say 60 days and meet in the middle. Unless, Mr. Magistrate, you want to give more time, but I think we've given enough time, and 60 days is a bit reasonable.
Well, it sounds like it to me. My question to you always is, or to whoever the testifying person for the city is 60-day period you think viable or within reason for them to accomplish these approvals?
I do believe so because he just stated that he worked on this for 8 months prior. So that means that he should be at this point know the corrections he need to be made, and I believe this can all be done in 60 days. So it's not like they're submitting a new application and they have to start from scratch. They have some back. He says that they also have passed some inspections, so I'm sure that 60 days is enough to complete the permit.
Well, that's correct. The only thing that was that he needed to apply with new application for everything. According to internal regulation of building department, he needed to apply with new application for everything, and a new permit number is going to be designated for this case again. So,
Right,
Mr. Nunez is helping with the previous inspection. He's going to help to organize and have the final inspections performed so he can finish, and can verify that everything is in compliance.
If possible, I would like 60 days after the new permit for the finished part.
No, it would be 6 days from today, from today's date.
Okay, in this moment depend the revision inside the city with the comments. It's very good for me for the finished all 60 days after permit for the.
No, we're not going to do that. I mean, I want you to explain to him if he doesn't understand, but based on the testimony, the evidence, and the record, which is all accepted into the record, and everything that everyone has testified, I do find that there's a violation of Town Code Section 5-105 and 5-2. I think that here, I'm going to give 60 days from today's date for compliance, and just so you know, just for your information, if you're not in compliance in 60 days, there will be a $250 per diem or per day fine until there is compliance, plus the $100 admin fee is assessed because there is a violation that has been found. I think that the 60 days is reasonable here based on the testimony of the code officer and also based on the fact that I take into account that while he may be limited in the English language, he is a business person, a contractor, and this is not like a homeowner or that kind of situation where, you know, it's someone outside the industry. You're in the industry. I think you should know what needs to be done. So taking all of that into account, you're going to have 60 days. And it's 60 days from today's date. I thank you for coming in. Please explain this to him. Please remain a moment to get a copy of this order.
Sí.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for coming in. Wait a moment, please. So you can.
All right, Mr. Magistrate, are you good? Okay. The next case is going to be on the last page, and it'll be the only one, which is 14.1, case 6666.
14.1, and it's case number 666.
Yes, Mr. Magistrate. I am Code Officer ERIK RICHWAGEN, representing the town of Pembroke Park. This is case 6666. This is for a...
Hang on a minute, hang on a moment, please.
No problem.
Thank you. Okay, you may proceed now.
All right, Mr. Magistrate. The property owner is identified by Joe Realty Home, LLC, site address 3932 Southwest 52nd Ave. A notice of formal hearing for extension of time was issued on 7/15/2022, sent out certified mail on 7/21/2022. The affidavit of service was posted to the property and town hall on 7/22/2022. I have been in contact with the gentleman here. Although this case has been ongoing, he spoke to me.
Ongoing since, I'm sorry.
Been ongoing. The initial violation was issued on 1/28/2022. There were several issues that came up. He's actually come into town hall multiple times. We sat down with the building department, so a typical extension would be 30, but based on his, scenario and situation, I believe it would be right to grant him a 60-day extension. However, after the 60 days, there can be no more extension because this has been going on for 6 months.
Is there anything else, officer, you want to say at this time?
No, that concludes my portion. You're up, sir.
Yes, good morning. My name is Joseph, so I'm here because I have...
Your full name, your address, your relationship to the property, and then tell us what you want to say, please.
My full name is Desilam Joseph. At the address 3932 Southwest 52nd Avenue, Pembroke, Florida, 33023. Yes, I'm trying my best to reverse not to come in here, and I want to finish with this. As you know, the contractors already submit the permit in here, but the thing is something missing. And I spoke to him. He said he's coming here to get the plan of the house, and because I believe I'm gonna have to get I should do an engineering to make the little drawer for the bathroom. So yeah, the 60 days, it's okay, but it's not really depend on me because sometimes those the engineering take time and to help doing something quickly. So, I'm not only one, but a lot of them. I don't know. But to me, I want to finish with this. But, it's not depend on me exactly that will do everything. So that the reason why it takes slowly then to finish. 60 days, it's fine. But if it could be 90 days too, it's fine just to make sure I push them. They can help me out more, more faster and then I can finish with this.
Unfortunately, because this case has been going on for 6 months, like I said, usually the extension is only for 30. I actually doubled it to give you 60. So unfortunately, unless Mr. Magistrate, unless you feel, that 90 is suitable,
Please.
I'm going to go with 60, but I will hear what you have to say.
Let me ask you this, in your professional opinion, Officer Richwagen, in light of the permits that are required here, is the 60-day period sufficient for the owner to secure the permits and do the required actions within that period? That's always what it's
Yes,
uppermost on my mind.
because this has been ongoing for 6 months, so based on the amount of time, 60 days should be more than efficient.
I'm going to give you 60 days because, again, if you felt there was some complicating factor or some complex factor here that somehow is not clear to me, I might be inclined to give you a bit more. But I also do believe, as you may have heard me said if you were here earlier, that these cases need to proceed to closure, because we can't have just the violations going on month after month and magistrate after magistrate. And the idea is to go through the system and give you an adjudication that if there is a violation, there's a time for correction, but you have to be motivated to correct it, which is where the fine comes in.
I'm very concerned about it too, but it's not really dependent on me. Like I said, those contractors and the engineers sometimes, even though you pay the money, but they hold the permit, they'll give it to you. So
But you do think that the 60-day period
Yes, based
is
on
achievable?
based on the issues he was previously having, and the fact that Jeffrey in the building department helped him through things, we discussed it. Even 30 days would have been sufficient, but because of the hardship, that's why I went so far as to give 60. I think 60 is plenty.
That's what I needed to hear. So based on the testimony that I've considered from everyone, and based upon the evidence in the record, which is accepted without objection, and I do find that there is a violation here that exists on sections 5-105 and 5-17 of the town code. I am going to give 60 days, that is a 2-month period, for you to achieve compliance. If not, there will be a $50 per day fine after that period until there is compliance or correction, starting on the 61st day and each day thereafter. So please get it done in time. There is a $100 admin fee imposed today because, again, there is a violation, and that fee is imposed anytime there is a violation on each case. So if you please remain a moment, sir, you can get a copy of this order to take with you. And thank you for coming in. Do you have any other questions of the town?
Well, to me not at all, but like I was saying, I'm gonna say the same thing. I'm gonna try to push that concerning.
No, I'm sure you will. Do you have any other questions of the town?
No, if it's anything, I'm gonna contact you.
Yeah, and you have my card, so feel free to call me, email me, okay?
Yes, okay. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Joseph.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, there's a $100 admin fee.
Within 30 days.
Yeah, within 30 days. If you want to pay today, you can, but you have 30 days.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Next case is on 7.10, case 6998.
7.10, which is 6998. 6998. Gotcha.
Chief Code Enforcement Officer Jocelyn Ramirez for the town of Pembroke Park. Case 6998, property owner BAM MHC LLC, mobile home owner Mehmet Kavas, site address 2306 Charles Road, Pembroke Park, Florida. A notice violation was was posted to the property on April 28, 22, sent by regular mail on July 14, 2022. A notice of formal hearing with a copy of the notice of violation was sent out by certified mail on August 2nd, 2022, posted to the property and town hall on August 5th, 2022. The violations were for item number 1, installation of 2 additions without a permit. Item number 2, installation of wooden deck without a permit. Item number 3, installation of slab without a permit. Item number 4, exterior maintenance required, pressure wash and paint mobile home. At this time, there is no permit pulled as of August 16, 2022. And it is my recommendation that this get resolved in 60 days, if not a $50 per diem and a $100 admin fee.
Is there anything else at this time, Officer Ramirez?
Not at this time.
Sir, you are your relationship to the property, your name, and then what you want to tell us.
Sure, sir. My name is Akay Cumhur Javkash. I'm here instead of my father because he is in Turkey now. And I live in 2306 Charles Road, Pembroke Park. And my English is not very well. I apologize for that.
All right, I understand you.
Thanks, sir. And actually, I met Miss Ramirez like 2 months ago here, and she told me about because I didn't understand exactly what should I do, and she explained me, and I was able to just did painting and the pressure washer. Actually, I did this too. But
You did these things yourself?
Yes, sir. With my friend, actually. He helped me.
With your friend, yes.
And
But you haven't been able to.
Yeah, this is the first I hear about it. So just let me know when you're available so I can do an inspection of it, of the maintenance.
I want you to understand how these things work if you haven't. The code officer who was involved, her or Officer Richwagen, whoever it is, has to come back to the property. They have to observe and report that whatever the violation is has been corrected. Because if not anything with you personally, sir, but anybody could come here and say, I've fixed this, I've corrected this. The town must investigate and verify.
Yes, sir. I didn't know that.
That's for any violation. Go ahead with anything else you want to. What else do you want to tell us?
Actually, now I found the architecture to get permit, but I think it takes time. That's why I don't know. I never worked with the architecture in the United States. I'm new here. That's why how it works I don't know. I am still searching. My friends helped me about find the architecture and.
Yes, it has to be a registered architect in the state of Florida.
Registered architect.
They have to be permitted, not someone from foreign, someone registered, approved by the state of Florida to be an architect. Is there anything else?
Yeah, Mr. Magistrate, since he says that he's not too familiar, I'm inclined to give him 90 days. I'm not sure the situation. He says that his father is in somewhere else.
Turkey, yeah.
Turkey. So if the
I think they're based on their foreign nationals.
Yeah,
so.
if the actual property owner is not here, it's gonna be a little challenging for him to get things done. So I will give him 90 days instead of the 60. And if he needs an extension, of course, he can let us know.
You understand what they're saying?
Yes, I understood, sir.
you have to, these violations that you heard have to be corrected within 90 days, which is what the town is recommending, which means that within 3 months, it's not just you coming back here to someone and saying, I've corrected this, because at that point, it's a fine. Code enforcement must go out in advance as soon as possible when these things have been repaired or addressed to, again, view, inspect, and verify that the corrections are made. You understand what I'm saying?
I got it, sir.
All right. Is there anything else you want to say?
No.
All right. Based upon the testimony and the evidence on record, which I accept without objection, and everything that I've heard here today, I do find that there is a violation here of Town Code Sections 5103A, 5105, and 517. Violators will be afforded, you said 90, right? 90. Ms. Ramirez, I'm sorry, I wasn't being, you said 90. Yes, right. 90 days to correct the violations. If not, there will be a $50 per day fine starting on the 91st day and each day thereafter if the violation still exists. You have to pay the $100 administrative fee today or within 30 days because the violation does exist. We, you know, when there's a violation, you have to pay the fee. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right, if you remain here a moment, you can get a copy of this order so you can discuss it with your father and your friends and the architect and whatever, so you can continue diligently to do the things that have to be done so you don't have any further issues with the town. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Thank you
so
for
much.
coming in.
You're welcome, sir.
Next case is on 7.12.
7.12.
Case 7277.
Gracias. ¿Está bien? Gracias. You can proceed.
Okay. Chief Code Enforcement Officer Jocelyn Ramirez, case 7277, property owner BAM MHC LLC, site address 2430 Charles Road, Pembroke Park, Florida. A notice of violation was sent out by regular mail on July 14, 2022. A notice of formal hearing with a copy of the notice of violation was sent out by certified mail on August 2nd, 2022, posted to the property and town hall on August 5th, 2022. The violations were for item number 1, the name, address, and telephone number of the mobile home park manager shall be registered with the town. Update manager info. Item number 2, all owners of mobile home parks located in town that lease or rent for 40 or more mobile home recreational vehicle spaces shall employ a manager for the purpose of conducting the business of the mobile home park. Item number 3.
Sorry, would you, I'm sure you said it legibly, but I didn't. Shall do what for the purposes of conducting the mobile home? I mean, I didn't.
Shall employ a manager.
Okay, the necessity of a manager.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yes,
For the
go ahead.
purpose of conducting the business of the mobile home park.
Yes, got it. Go ahead.
Item number 3, erosion on back end of mobile homes around lake is caving in. Prevent erosion according to Florida Building Code. Item number 4, overgrown hedges, trim hedges, and keep property maintained periodically. Item number 5, parking lot requires maintenance. Pave and restrive with permit from building department. At this current time, as of August 5th, 22, the overgrown hedges were trimmed and maintained. And item number 5, which is the parking lot requires maintenance, and item number 3, erosion on back end of mobile homes. I did meet with a contractor probably like 2 weeks ago regarding that matter. I'd just like to state that
What transpired at that meeting?
at that meeting, they wanted to know exactly what they needed to correct. And we did meet out there with the building manager and the public service director. So pointing out the areas that needed to be corrected. And they just wanted information of how to go about it, but they did mention that they would need a lot of time to correct these violations, and we did agree to give them sufficient time.
And what was that sufficient time that you agreed to?
I would like to start with giving them 60 days. If not, a $250 per diem with a $100 admin fee. However, they can come back to us and request more time. However, there's some items here, the name and address and telephone number of the mobile home park manager, and item number 2, that a manager needs to be employed. Those 2 items can be taken care of less than the 60 days. I think, this notice has been since July 14, 22. So I haven't received any confirmation that they updated this information. And so that's all I have to say for this matter.
And your name, business address, relationship to the property, and then tell us what you want to say.
Sure, my name is Diane Gay, and just would like to say that I'm with Cobblestone Assets, not the initial company that you gave the violations to. We purchased the community on 727.
Where is Cobblestone Assets located?
Cobblestone Assets is located in Chicago. I don't have the exact address off the, hold on, I might have it here. Hold on 1 second. 17W220, 22nd Street, Suite 220, and that's Oak Brook Terrace, Illinois, 60181.
Okay.
That is your address, but they're authorized to transact business in Florida, or
Yes.
because they own.
Yes, we have multiple
Right,
communities in
okay.
Florida. Yes, sir.
So go
So
ahead and tell us what you now want after saying that.
Well, in the in the transaction we acquired on the 27th, we acquired that and many more. In the people that you met with, because I don't even know who you met with, the contractors.
It was a company called Roots.
Roots. In the transaction that, because on the 14th, when you guys sent them Treehouse, the violations, it's in the contract that they need to correct said violations in there. Now, as far as employing a manager and things like that, obviously, that's on me. I have an ad out right now, so surely within 30 days, I can handle those couple things. I will say that with a seawall is, you are looking at, in my experience, honestly, you are looking at minimal of 6 months. Between that's a minimal. I've seen seawalls take up to a year. It's not easy to get someone to do it and then get all the architecture, get all the engineering and things like that done with it. So I would like to just put that out there.
Okay.
Also, that it is being done. There is a holdback, and I don't know if this matters to you, but I'm putting it out there anyway. There is a holdback on our end because that and the parking lot striping and things like that is on the previous owner to take care of.
Okay.
Prior to us purchasing it.
Okay.
So I don't really know how that affects us.
Well, you inherit those violations unless, like you said, you have a contract. So that would be just a civil matter between the previous owner and yourself. And you can always, I don't want to get into it, but, demand those damages that they created.
Any fees that we may incur. But I would like to just say, for the record, that the seawall matter and line striping should be able to be done, honestly, 60 to 90 days. Depends on what the contractor has on schedule. But seawalls, I can honestly say that is a much, much longer time frame.
Okay, and I'm sorry. I forgot to ask. I forgot to ask
Go
this,
ahead,
but
go ahead.
have you been sworn in?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, you
Yeah.
weren't here this morning?
Yeah,
I came in later, like quarter after.
Okay, and
You and this gentleman, if your case hasn't already been heard, you're going to speak, you need to both be sworn in. And your case is going to have to relate back to the testimony that you gave before, so do you agree to that?
Yes.
Raise your right hand, affirm the truth is, you're going to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
okay,
Oh,
sorry
you did
about
not
that.
raise your hand, you're not going to be able to speak. Okay,
But you're in a different matter.
But if you're here, you're not going to be able to speak if you're not sworn in. Okay. All right. Affirm the testimony you will give is the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Este caso, was this case heard? Was this case heard, the man who came in?
The gentleman that just came in, what is your case number?
What is your case?
I have my case number.
What is your property address?
2210 2nd Street. It's in Green Acres Mobile Home. I think it was for today. I could be wrong.
Mary, can you please give him a copy of the agenda and let him verify which is his case?
Yeah, you may not be today because,
If not, that's fine. I just.
Yeah, Mary will let us know.
yeah,
But
Can
I-
you repeat me your address?
210 2nd Street.
anyway, getting back to Cobblestone here. My inclination is to, I know that we use and we work with the template orders, but is to amend that order here now to give different time intervals to comply for different things. So, for example, on the mobile home manager,
yeah.
I think you should comply within 10 days. I think that's a requirement that the town has.
Well, she just mentioned that she acquired this property on July 27th, you said?
Yes. And there was no manager in place. A lot of times we'll keep, but we're searching for someone.
And they placed an ad for a property manager.
Oh, you don't have someone.
I don't have someone at
Okay,
the
I thought,
moment, no.
okay, you
So
don't
that's
have
why I
some.
said 30 days. I could
Okay, you don't have,
search
okay,
shortly.
you don't have someone there, okay. I see, all right. I thought it was a matter of, anyway, 30 days for that. The other things, 60 days, except the seawall. What code section is the seawall?
We have various code sections for seawall. Since it has to be according to the Florida Building Code, it would be 5-105, and it would be 15-42, and sections 28-340.
28-340
Yes,
of the town code?
yeah.
I mean, my experience with walls and docks and, boat ramps, et cetera, is that the permit process is more prolonged for that than,
I agree, and
So-
hearing the respondent's testimony, she did mention that they're having a lot of challenges, from the previous owner. They acquired a property, and they're gonna have to probably follow up with that contractor, so there's a lot of things going on. So I would be inclined to give them 120 days, since it is a big project. And if they need more time after there, given that they made an effort and shown a lot of progress, then I will be inclined to give it an extension.
you have anything else you want to say?
No, I just want to confirm 30 days for the mobile home manager.
The
Hopefully.
order
Oh,
is
you'll do
going
that.
to, no, go ahead, ma'am.
I was
didn't mean
thinking
to
30 days for the mobile home manager, and you said 60 days on the line striping the parking lot.
No, it would be 120 in general
Okay.
for everything. But I think that for the manager, it is very important to have somebody there
Yes.
right away.
I know, I've been driving back and forth 3.5 hours, yes.
And if the mobile home owners don't have somebody now who is filling in that place, maybe you can give that to the town hall right away. Who can they contact, you know?
Yeah, I can give them my name, and I have another manager who's an hour and a half away that we can split that.
So maybe after this meeting where you're done, you can go to the building department and talk to Lisa and give her your information. That way, at least we have some form of registration of who they can contact.
And Lisa's in this building, or no?
Yes, you just go back to the main lobby and ask for Lisa.
So, based on the last pronouncements by the town, you're saying you're recommending 120 days for all the violations except the mobile home park manager.
Well, I believe she's going to take care of it right away. She's going to register herself in lieu of getting somebody.
Right.
I'm going to get someone still, but for now, I'm going to give you that
So,
information.
but again, I'm going to repeat my question. You're recommending 120 days for all the violations
Yes.
except that one?
Yes.
And what code section, because I'm sorry, I don't know them all by, you know.
That's okay.
What code section governs the requirement of the mobile home manager?
That's section 15-42.
That per section dash 1342?
1542.
1542, excuse me. Okay, so based on the testimony and all the evidence on file, which I have heard, and all evidence of record, which is accepted without objection, I am going to find that on case number 7277, there is a violation of Town Code sections 5103, 5105, 5-17, 15-42, and 28-340. The respondent is going to have to pay $250 per day if those violations are not corrected within 120 days, accepting the requirements of a mobile home manager per 15-42 of the Town Code, which must be corrected within 30 days. A manager must be on file with the town within 30 days. So for that portion of the order, the correction is required within 30 days. For the remainder, it'll be 120 days. And I do want to note that you may remain for a copy of the order. I want to point out to whoever, there's a typo here in this order in that the amount where the fine is written in is, the blank is missing, so I had to write it in here. I don't know if you want to revise this now or whatever. Yes, it's all right. So this is, I mean, it's legible, but, you know, it's, you can use this as it is or. Okay, so if you want to remain, you can get a copy of the order now, unless you want to, all right. And that's fine. And do you have any other questions, ma'am?
No, that's it. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for your spirit of cooperation, which is what's needed here.
Of course.
And as for the late arriving gentleman, have we determined, is that a case here today, or is it's not?
Ms. Diane? Yeah, it is. And Eric will fill you in.
Yes, I'll be presenting it next, once we finish up with this.
Okay.
Building official.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in.
No problem, thank you. Have a great day.
Actually, if you can go around.
Okay. Excuse me?
All right, Mr. Magistrate, the next one will be agenda item 13.4. Case
13.4.
Yes, sir, case 5554. This is, sorry. I am Code Officer ERIK Richwagen, representing the town of Pembroke Park. This is case number 5554. This is a hearing to confirm fine.
5554, right.
Yes, sir. The property owner is identified by Green Acres Pembroke Mobile Home Community, LLC, and the resident is Frank Annunzio, probably not saying it right. The site address is 3100 West Hallandale Beach Boulevard, Pembroke Park, Florida, lot 210. A notice of formal hearing to confirm fine was issued on 7/19/2022, sent out certified mail on 7/21/2022, and the affidavit of service was posted to the property and town hall on 7/22/22. The total accrued fines are $13,750. Includes the portion.
Is there anything else you want to say at this time?
No, no, sir.
Mr. Annunzio, this is your first time here.
My name is actually Martin Marsh, just to let you know.
Your name is?
Martin Marsh.
So give your, thank you, give your address, your business address, your relationship to the property, and by that I mean specifically, since you're not anybody who's named here, how you even come to be here, and by what authority you're here. And please be mindful that this is an order to certify a fine that was entered in a case before. So I always explain that to anyone on this kind of thing. We're not here to rehash or rehear the case that was decided before. We're only here on this.
Okay.
Am I clear?
Sure.
All right. So what is your answer?
So I just recently purchased this property without understanding that there was a fine already that was pre-existing. It's an RV with pop-outs that had a pre-existing, what should I say, Florida room or screened-in porch, patio. So I didn't know that was there. And I'm willing to do whatever it takes to, remove that. Or
Well, here, you're going to have to meet with the code officer. Again, it's not for me to advise you or him. I'm here simply as a magistrate. But there was an order that was entered in May of 2021, more than a year ago, which found the violation for this not being permitted and so forth.
But now, from what I understand, there are amnesty laws. Is that correct? Or should I talk with code enforcement?
You need to speak to code about that. to see what-
Unfortunately, since it's an RV, it has to be a mobile home.
Oh, okay.
So they only consider it for mobile homes, unfortunately.
Okay.
But you can always mitigate the fines.
Okay, because I was advised that amnesty was eligible by Jeffrey.
Or RVs.
He gave me the forms. He saw the case and gave me the forms.
Okay, maybe there's something I don't know, but we've attempted to get it for RVs, but I don't know if they changed something. So, I mean, of course, if you have one, just provide the application to us.
Okay.
Right, but that's not the object of this hearing.
The fine is the case.
Fine is the case here.
Okay.
So, because I have nothing to do with it. That's the amnesty program is the town, so you're either eligible for it or you're not. But it's not, has nothing to do with my duties here.
Okay.
So, and I don't mean to be curt or anything with you, but I just want you to understand.
Sure.
So,
Mr. Magistrate, if I may.
yeah.
Mary, do you know anything? Mary handles the amnesty
No,
program.
I need to confirm with Miguel, with the
Uh,
building official.
For RVs?
Yeah, for
Okay.
RVs.
You can always as well talk to Mary. She also handles the application, but the final say would be the building official. He's the one who approves the applications.
Okay.
Okay.
So, yeah, you'll make that determination with the town staff. Here, you know, the other thing that I have to tell you is that for you to have what's known as a mitigation is when anybody comes before the town and asks for the fine to be reduced by half or by 2/3 or whatever it is that they can get. At least if it's me, I like to see that there's an agreement with the town for the reduction. But the main thing you have to understand is before mitigation can be requested, you have to be in compliance. You cannot ask for mitigation if you're still in violation. There is no mitigation when you're in violation. You have to comply, that's step A. Once there's compliance and that has been confirmed by the town, then you come before a magistrate and you can request a mitigation or a reduction of the fine based on certain equitable factors. At least for myself, I like to think that the town is in agreement with whoever the person is for what the reduced amount is. But, you know, that's off the table until there's compliance.
Okay.
So, based on the testimony I have heard, and I'm sorry that, you know, it's been visited on your doorstep, so to speak, because you bought it and whatever, but that's part of the course here. When there is a violation, when there's been an adjudication and there was a case held, and the owner is responsible, but it attaches to the thing, the property, the RV, the mobile home, whatever it is. You know, there was a violation found, so I'm going to give administrative notice to the order of May 18, 2021, which found that there were violations of Town Code 5105, 517, 587, and 1248. There was a daily fine imposed of $100 plus the $100 admin fee, all of which is unpaid. Based on the calculations, I am hereby confirming a fine of $13,750 for these violations. And that lien is hereby certified for these violations. The fine will continue to accrue until the respondent complies with the final order. And that is what the order is going to provide, and you can remain here and get a copy of it.
Okay.
I would also encourage the town to make some kind of record that you gave a copy of the order to him, because this is not the person who's listed here, and it's not the person that owned it. ¿Me entiende lo que estoy explicando? So I would recommend that you, whatever you need to note in your record, to note that you're giving him, by his name, today, a copy of this order.
So you need to change the name in the order.
Or to add the name, you know,
add the
right. And you can do that.
That's Erik's case.
So in Erik's case, Erik drafts his own final orders, so he will have to do that.
Okay, so you're going to, so when you do that,
And I apologize, Senior Rivas, if I can ask one question.
Yes, you
Is
can
it,
ask.
is it just for the, is it just that Florida room that we're talking about, or are there other things that need to be rectified?
No, you can ask as many questions as you want. The code,
okay.
but you're going to respond to that.
Yes. Yeah, so first of all, here's my card, stay in contact with me. Yeah, there's more than just the addition. It was for the wooden deck, the propane tanks that were on the outside, and yes, for the addition, that was the screen room, because fortunately the stuff was done without permits.
There's no wooden deck, and there are no running tanks outside.
Yeah, so in the pictures from in here, it showed that when the violation was found, that there was, if it's been removed, no one called us to come out to do a reinspection, because
Mary, can you show the picture of the deck that depicts?
Yeah, sorry, I just.
No, it's fine, sir.
Oh, it's fine. You're entitled to.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's no longer existing.
I'm familiar with this case, because this case, I don't know if Erik mentioned it, but it's former Teresa Malcolm's case, so he's managing it now. But that, it's not a deck. It was plywood put on the ground. It's not attached to anything. So based on the building official discretion, the previous owner was allowed to just remove it, and they did. They removed it. So that's been complied with. Eric, have you gone out to the property, or has they called in for inspections or anything?
No, since picking up the case, making myself aware of it, and since being out there at the actual property, I never met you or whoever else staying there, so I received no phone calls and no contact. And it sounds like you weren't aware until you heard about the hearing, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so going forward, anything that has been corrected, you have to call Mr. Richwagen and let him know of any updates to the property. If that has been taken care of course, he's going to remove it from the violation. If any permits have been obtained for any of the items there, then you as well can, he'll mark the completion of every violation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it was just to make sure it's the wooden deck, the Florida room, and
Well, based on
the guest.
based on the wood from what Chief Ramirez just said,
Yeah.
that was already addressed, and
No,
that's
I know. I'm just asking what all these violations, because it's assumed to 13,000. I just want to make sure what was taken care of.
all of them was for the wooden deck, the addition, and the propane tanks, but the wooden deck was addressed that that
Okay.
wasn't an actual deck, and that's why I marked on here as complied to have it removed, because the chief building inspector said all that was required was for it to be removed.
Yes, and that's what I'm going off by former Teresa Malcolm and the building official from knowledge of our communication. However, Mr. Richwagen, please go out to the property and confirm all the items that he says that he corrected,
And
or
what
the
about
previous owner corrected.
And I was going to ask, is the shed in the back okay? Or is that on there?
It needs a permit,
The shed needs a permit?
yeah.
Okay.
Unless the previous owner gave you some documentation, there's a permit.
Nothing, yeah. I have nothing.
Then that's the issue.
Okay.
That the addition, the shed, propane tank, appropriated. Addition, screen room built without a permit. Propane tank removed prohibitive. You know that if the propane tank has been removed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's gone.
Okay, so basically you're left with no mention of the shed, so the shed is fine.
So it's probably just the addition, just the floor.
Based on, if I have the ability to, I'll come out today, depending on how long we run. If not, you have my card, give me a call. Have me come out as soon as possible. That way I can do a full, walk of the perimeter, and that way we can kind of start working on this, okay?
No
So
problem.
we're here to help you.
No, thank you very much. That's why I'm curious.
Para poner el nombre correcto. Y de todas maneras, esto tiene
I kind of know
una...
part of it, but not all of it.
Bueno, que está bien como piensa.
I understand your circumstances.
Siempre están muy animados.
Here, so first name Martin, Martin, but how do you spell your last name, sir?
A toda la gente que vienen aquí.
M-A-R-S, okay. Just making sure it's not some kind of
Quieren
weird.
evitar. A mí no me importa, con lo que
I'm
sea
actually still
que lo
in the middle of
reciba.
getting the
Lo que es
title
importante en la ley que lo reciba.
I'll have it
Sea
ready by
ahora
next
o en
week.
el...
Purchased it.
Yes.
El nombre, hay que añadir el nombre de este hombre porque este ni es... Bueno, Green Acres es
Well,
una
it's my
compañía,
dad that
pero no es
purchased it.
Frank Anuncio.
It's a long
Este es un Mark
So my
Moss,
dad
pues
bought
le dio el nombre, Mark Moss, algo así.
Just need a date.
Pero-
I don't remember. I want to say, no, probably. a
Bueno,
year ago.
no,
Probably.
eso es muy bueno,
What's
muy
your father's
creativo,
Martin Martin.
Mary, pero
I'm
tú
junior.
sabes, no es lo más
Because
factible.
the violation was
porque él
written
no
on
estaba-
3/2/21.
Él no estaba en la violación.
Over,
Eso,
a
y
little
entonces
bit
eso
over a
como
year.
cambiar el nombre del caso, pero él nunca estuvo en la violación, así que no, es cosa como alterar algo del caso que no podemos. Es para
He
añadir
lives in Illinois.
al fin que se lo dieron a este
he's gonna-
Mark Moss o como sea
I'm
que
now,
se llama,
I'm the owner now.
Mark Marshall,
I'm
lo
the
que sea.
owner.
Y si no, o
So,
si no pueden,
him and mom, they were gonna move
que
down
lo
here.
que, bueno, que lo voy a dar a ti esto.
No problem. Could
Eso.
move down here.
Aquí creo que hay.
Ya no quiero tener eso bien, maní.
No, ya la,
Mira, 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 mira.
ok.
But yeah, I'm in the middle of getting, like, the title will be in my name. So from here on forward, you can address everything to me,
Okay.
Martin Marsh Jr.
do it right now, 'cause
He's gonna go ahead and correct the order for you, and then we'll continue.
Okay, so we've concluded with that?
Yes.
All
Did
right,
you
so-
state you stated the order, right? Conditions?
Yes, I rendered the order, and
Yeah.
the discussion, the offline discussion was simply, really, it had nothing to do, just with adding this gentleman's name to the certificate.
Yes.
Because he's not the person who was originally the respondent.
Correct. Yeah, that's what we were discussing. We were discussing when did his father acquire the property. It was a year ago, so it was roughly around the time that the violation was given. The violation was given March 2021. So not too long after that, they acquired the property. So they've had the property for a year.
Not at the time the violation was given.
Right. So,
Because that
but-
would be another issue.
yeah, and then he says that right now he's taking over for his father,
Yes.
so he's gonna do the title transfer and everything, so.
We're in the middle of it.
Okay, that's fine. So, that's fine. So,
Eric is in his office, he's correcting it.
right. So, but the disposition of the case, I mean, I explained, I entered the order, I explained it, I rendered the order. Is there anything else that we have to do relative to the case?
Not at this time.
All right, so, unless you have some other question of the town, we're concluded with your case. You can remain here to get a copy of the order. But, you may, I mean, again, we've concluded with your case. So what I'm saying is you may sit down.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Yeah, unless you, feel compelled to stand at the podium, if you're not.
No, I just didn't know if
We're
there was
done with,
anything else.
we're done with the case, so you can
Okay.
sit down and, or stay there. And, I'm gonna call for, a 3 to 5 minute recess while I go to the little boys' room for a moment, and, then we'll come back and we'll proceed with the cases you have left, because I don't think, there aren't any other cases with respondents, right?
No.
I do just have one question. So, just because I'm here, so once I actually receive and the title's in my name, where do I proceed from there? I go to code enforcement, or
Building, for the amnesty you're talking about?
if I'm eligible, I don't know. Jeffrey said I am.
Right now, you can inquire about the
Has been
RVs.
corrected.
It's best to have Eric there at the time that you meet
you
with
to know
him,
this
that
in
way
the future.
you're all in the same page. But
No, that's
as far as
whoever's
the
doing
title change, you
remove
will
that.
need that to qualify for the amnesty. So if you don't have that right now, then you can't.
Right.
I've seen it.
So you-
Okay,
That's what I'm
so
asking about.
Just make sure you keep
representative in a sense, so.
keep account of the time you have, because how much time did they give you?
Well, I don't think I have any
Then
time.
you added here.
Yeah.
do I-
Oh, no.
I don't
Yeah,
think
it's
so.
not time, it's a
Where
mitigation,
did
I
you
mean, it's a
change?
confirmation of
Yeah.
fine, so.
So-
So the clock is ticking and the fine is running. So what you need to do is, yeah,
And
expedite.
will there, I'm sorry to cut you off, will there be a way to bring those fines down, or I will have to pay?
Yes, but
Oh.
once you reach compliance, that's why right now the clock is ticking, that fine is still running,
But
it
we're
still continues to
changing-
accrue.
No, I'm
So,
not,
once you get
tell you
the
what I'm
permit
not
for the addition,
doing. I thought you were just
then
gonna add
that's
his
when
name
you're able
here.
to ask for
But how can
mitigation.
you add him as a respondent when he was never served?
But
I just want
now,
you to put that
right now you can start searching for your
copy
architect
to him, put his name
or
somewhere
engineer
here.
to get you those plans for that addition. Meanwhile, you do that,
Mark Marsh
you're
or
getting
something,
your
you know,
title transfer and everything,
that-
and you get
I don't want you
the
to
driver's
change his style
license,
because he
utility
wasn't-
bill that match, that's your primary resident,
Okay,
because that's what you need.
okay.
But prior to that, please confirm that RVs
The
are
order, okay.
considered for
So
the
the
amnesty.
order
Probably,
of
and it's probably gonna come under
abatement
my
was
and my
delivered by
wife's
special
name.
magistrate here.
So it'll
Okay.
probably be
It,
Mark
it,
Inc.
it
and
was
Mark.
delivered, all you need to
Okay.
put is
Probably put
to
both
Mark
under
Moss.
Okay.
You go there.
So,
Mark
but
Moss,
right now, you
right,
need to start shopping for the architect and
right,
engineer
Right.
to do the
To Mark
plans
Marsh. You
and
can just write that.
to basically
you
get a
write here, to
permit
Mark
as
Marsh, or right
is.
here, however you wanna. That's all I'm recommending. It's
And
very
if I
simple.
can't
You
prove
don't
the
change the style
amnesty
because of
part
what I
of it,
explained.
what do I do then
Is that all
at
right?
point?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you
Continue
very
with
much.
the architect drawings and permits.
yeah.
Should it be, oh, so it doesn't have to be taken down?
Voy a ir al baño un segundo.
No,
Y voy a
you
regresar.
can legalize it.
Si tiene miedo, si tiene-
But ask the building department
Chaqueta, si quiere.
because
No hay problema, ¿estás segura?
It's too, I know I'm doing. I'm not
Because
trying to put too much on it.
the thing is that since you, what does the title say? Does it say RV?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the problem, because an addition cannot be attached to the RV, and that addition is attached. So you can have an addition, just can't be attached. So you might have to detach it and do all, you see, so
Yeah.
that's where
No,
you
it makes
need,
sense. I get it.
the code says it has to be detached.
Excuse me, Jocelyn. He needs to send me an email and asking me about the RB with the address and everything.
Who?
Him. For the amnesty. Because we need to ask him to Miguel, and Miguel is in the meeting right now. So I can ask him right now about the situation, but he can send me an email. And I
Okay,
will ask
he has
him
your
that.
card, right?
I give you my card
Yeah.
with the information.
Yeah, I have it.
That he is, so.
We are in life again.
When you want, we'll go back on the record and we'll go through the other cases left, which we can do in a fairly short order, I hope, because they're not, again, for the record, if we're back on the record, I want to note that at this point, the remaining cases are, for lack of a better word, default situations or uncontested situations because there are no respondents present for the remaining cases. So the remaining cases will be presented and by the town, but will be adjudicated without the benefit of respondents because, again, for the record, let me announce that there are no further respondents here that have appeared here today. I mean, the remaining people are the magistrate and the staff.
Okay. We'll begin on section 7.4, case 5716. Chief Code Enforcement Officer Jocelyn Ramirez for the town of Pembroke Park, case 5716. Property owner First GRD Property Inc. Site address 5520 Southwest 33rd Street, Pembroke Park, Florida, Unit 1 and 2. A notice of violation was sent out by regular mail on April 6, 21. A notice of formal hearing with a copy of the notice of violation was sent out by certified mail on July 29, 22, posted to the property and town hall August 5th, 22. The violations were for demolition of wooden fence without a permit, demolition of shed without a permit, installation of new chain link fence without a permit, painted property without a permit. Item number 5, bulk trash out in the open for more than 24 hours. Remove all trash from the property. At this current time, the property owner did comply with the bulk trash. It has been removed. The painting of the building has been completed. So pending 3 items that require permits. There is a permit in plan review as of May 23rd, 22. So I am giving the owner 60 days to comply, if not a $250 per diem with a $100 admin fee.
Based on the evidence of record all accepted and based on the testimony which is unrebutted, I am going to find the respondent in violation of Town Code sections cited in the order and charged. And you have suggested 60 days for compliance? You said?
Yes.
Per the suggestion of the town, the respondent will have 60 days to comply. If not, there will be a $250 per diem or per day fine imposed until compliance or correction is achieved. The $100 admin fee is hereby imposed today because there are violations. All these orders that I'm going to give staff now will have to be mailed because there's nobody here to accept copies.
All right.
You may proceed.
Okay, next case is on 7.8, case 6568. Chief Code Officer Jocelyn Ramirez for the Town of Pembroke Park, case 6568. Property owner Pisces Property, Inc. Site address 2301 John P. Lyons Lane, Pembroke Park, Florida. A courtesy notice was sent out by regular mail on September 17, 2020. A notice of violation was sent out by regular mail on December 13, 2021. A notice of formal hearing with a copy of the notice of violation was sent out by certified mail on August 2nd, 22, posted to the property and town hall on August 5th, 2022. The violations were for overgrown vegetation. Item number 2, exterior maintenance of 4 walls require, i.e. pressure wash, repair, paint, etc. Item number 3, parking lot requires maintenance, paving, and restriping. Obtain plans for permit inspections. Item number 4, prohibited outdoor storage. Remove all materials and store inside property. Item number 5, remove graffiti from back end of wall of property. Item number 6, no parking on swales. Item number 7, remove abandoned vehicles, inoperable, deplorable condition, flat tires, no tags. Item number 8, no double compact parking. Item number 9, exterior roof requires maintenance, i.e. wash, chemical treat, repair, etc. Item number 10, installation of canopy without a permit. At this current time, they have completed the overgrown vegetation. They did trim. They painted the 4 walls. They removed the graffiti from back end of the wall. They treated the roof exteriors, they cleaned it up, and they removed the canopy. So only 5 items are pending to be corrected. My recommendation is to give them 45 days to correct the rest of the items, if not a $250 per diem with a $100 admin fee.
Thank you. Based on the testimony and evidence of record, which is all hereby accepted, and the testimony of the code officer, which is unrebutted, I'm going to find that there are violations of the town code sections as charged in the notices and in the final order. And I am going to afford the respondent 45 days to comply. If they do not comply within the 45 days, there will be a $250 per diem imposed. Because there have been violations found existing today, the $100 admin fee is hereby assessed today. And that will be the order on Pisces Property, Inc.
Next case is on 7.9, case 6995. Chief Code Enforcement Officer Jocelyn Ramirez for the Town of Pembroke Park, case 6995, property owner BAM MHC LLC, mobile home owner Elaine LeMay, site address 2302 Charles Road, Pembroke Park, Florida. A notice of violation was posted to the property on April 28, 22, sent by regular mail on July 14, 22. A notice of formal hearing with a copy of the notice of violation was sent by certified mail on August 2nd, 22, posted to the property and town hall on August 5th, 22. The violations were for installation of two additions without a permit. Item number 2, installation of 2 sheds without a permit. Item number 3, installed a wooden deck without a permit. Item number 4, installed slab without a permit. Item number 5, 2 abandoned gazebos installed without a permit. Item number 6, exterior maintenance required. For item number 1 through 5, they need to obtain plans for the permit and inspections. As of August 16, 22, there has been no permits obtained and no contact from the owner. It is my recommendation to give them 60 days, if not a $50 per diem with a $100 admin fee.
$50?
Yeah.
Based on the testimony, which is unrebutted, and all evidence which is accepted into the record, I am going to find that there is a violation of the code sections as charged in the notices and in the final order, and the respondents are going to have 60 days to comply. If not, there will be a $50 per day or per diem fine until compliance or correction is achieved. Because violations have been found, the $100 admin fee is hereby imposed today in the order. And that is the order that has been rendered.
Next section, 7.11, case 7004. Chief Code Enforcement Officer Jocelyn Ramirez for the Town of Pembroke Park, case 7004, property owner BAM MHC LLC, mobile home owner Linda Couture, site address 2314 Charles Road, Pembroke Park, Florida. A notice of violation was posted to the property on April 29, 22, sent by regular mail on July 14, 22. A notice of formal hearing with a copy of the notice of violation was sent by certified mail on August 2nd, 22. Posted to the property and town hall August 5th, 22. The violations were for item number 1, installation of an addition without a permit. Item number 2, installation of steps without a permit. Item number 3, installation of 2 sheds without a permit. Item number 4, exterior maintenance required, pressure wash and paint mobile home. Item number 5, outdoor storage prohibited, remove chair from front patio. For items number 1 and 3, they have to obtain plans for permits and inspections, and at this current time, there is no permits for any of the items, and no contact from the property owner. I did get a phone call recently, but it was not the property owner. It was more like of a friend.
A friend, not like
A friend of the...
attorney or...
No. It was a friend from the owner saying that Linda Couture is out of the country and that she's sick and that she really doesn't have a lot of relatives to help or anything.
So Linda Couture, I mean, with a name, I thought it was a business entity. That's a person.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because, you know, oh, anyway, go ahead, please.
So because of that phone call, I will give the owner 90 days to comply, if not $50 per day with a $100 admin fee.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city, which is accepted, as well as all the exhibits on record, which are admitted without objection, I find that there are violations of the town code as charged in the notices and in the order, and the respondent is going to be afforded 90 days to come into compliance. If they fail to do so, there will be a $50 per diem fine commencing on the 91st day and each day thereafter. Because violations have been found, the $100 admin fee is hereby imposed today in the order.
Next case is on section 7.13, case 7330.
7.13.
Chief Code Enforcement Officer Jocelyn Ramirez for the Town of Pembroke Park, case 7330, property owner, First GRD Property Inc., site address 5520 Southwest 33rd Street, Pembroke Park, Florida, Unit 1 and 2. A notice of violation was sent out, a notice of formal hearing with a copy of the notice of violation was sent out, certified mail, July 29, 22, posted to the property and town hall August 5th, 22. The violations were for an installation of 6 AC mini splits without a permit, 2 installation of pavers without a permit. At this current time, as of August 15, 22, there has been no permit application for these items. And I'm going to consider this a repeat violation, referencing the case 5716, which an order has been entered today.
What, I'm sorry, case was
5716 that we just recently heard and an order was entered.
I guess my one, and I understand what you're saying, and it makes sense, it's logical. My one, it's really a procedural question, not so much a legal question. I know that the repeat violator is within past period on the same property, same owner, same violation.
Yes.
But has it been the town's practice in the past to cite them as a repeat violator, or you just make that finding at the hearing?
We make the finding at the hearing because there has to be a final order entered first. So we just entered that final order today, on the same day. So it has been past practice that we can do it on the same day. Because,
That's my question.
yeah.
So I'm going to take administrative notice taken of the final order in case number, what is that case number?
5716.
5716? Which is the same violator, property in violation, right?
Yes.
Go ahead with what you're saying.
It's my recommendation to give them 60 days to comply, if not a $250 per diem with a $100 admin fee.
But when it's a repeat violation, don't you escalate that?
Yeah, so we can go to up to $500.
I know that the town, because the town is not, it's, the Florida statutes distinguish between a town over a certain population, which I'm sure you don't have.
No.
And when you're under that, your cap is 500.
Yes, our cap is 500. So I'm
Based on, since you've asked me to make a finding, and the case 5716 has been rendered, and presumably the same respondent was not here to, to defend it. They have
Right.
failed to appear, and I have found that 5716 was the same violation on the same property, this is a repeat violation.
Yes, and the reason that I'm recommending $250, the decision is yours.
Thank you.
Is because that property was in deplorable condition, and they have fixed it up. It looks really nice now. So, yes, it is a repeat violation, but I don't know why they're not here, but they have been responsive as to them communicating with me and saying that they're going to take care of everything. So,
Well, I guess the best admonition I could give you, officer, is be careful what you wish for. You know,
Well-
you've come up with this salutary defensive statement at the end, but you earlier found them, or asked me to find them to be a repeat violator, and you told me why. So,
their first violation was an issue, challenging issues for them because of their tenants. They tried to correct the violations, however, they removed all those unpermitted structures without a permit. So that was the issue. That's the reason why I'm not going to the max of $500.
right, but when you ask me to make the finding, to me, inherent or, subsumed in that is the fact that if you make the finding, there's an enhanced penalty. Or what's the point of making the finding? Otherwise, besides making the finding, there has to be some gravitas, there has to be some impact of the finding. Taking into account your testimony of divergent various natures, on this, it's unrebutted, and all the evidence of record, which I accept, and it being requested that I find this as a repeat violation, and having found it to be a repeat violation, you did recommend how many days for compliance?
60 days.
60 days for compliance. In light of the finding, I will not go to the max, but it will be a $300 per day fine.
Okay.
Until there is compliance, because again, there's no point in asking for the finding if there's not going to be some enhanced penalty. That's,
Okay.
That's to me a large point of the finding to bring that within the scope of the penalty aspect, because it's someone that has done something again and again. If it technically is one but not really one, I believe that's not the intent of that section. Am I being clear?
Yes.
All right.
Next is section 7.15 on the agenda, case 7359.
Please proceed.
Chief Code Enforcement Officer Jocelyn Ramirez for the town of Pembroke Park. Case 7359, property owner Juicy Holdings LLC.
And is it juicy as in, is it juicy like in juicy fruit?
I think so, yeah.
Because here it's Juucy.
Juicy.
Oh, okay, all right, it's a different, because juicy fruit, juicy in the regular spelling is Juicy.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to be sure this wasn't a typo. That's why can be juicy, whatever, but I'm just.
We got to emphasize here,
Right.
yeah, on that
Okay,
you.
that's fine. I just wanted to be sure it wasn't a typo. That's the only reason I even got into it.
No typo.
All right, go
I
ahead.
had the same question.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Okay.
Okay. Site address 3520 West Hallandale Beach Boulevard, Pembroke Park, Florida. A notice of formal hearing with a copy of the notice of violation was sent out by certified mail on August 3rd, 22, posted to the property and town hall August 5th, 22. The violations were for dirt buildup on common areas, pressure wash common areas to remove dirt buildup, Item number 2, parking lot has faded stripes, cracks, and broken parking stops. Pave and restripe, obtain plans for permit inspections. Item number 3, plumbing repair on back end of property, done without permits, obtain plans for permit and inspections. Item number 4, overgrown hedges and weeds, trim all overgrown hedges and weeds. Item number 5, dead palm tree in front of property, remove dead palm and replace with new one. Item number 6, trash and debris on property, remove trash and debris. I sent an email that was requested from Livia. She works as an administrative assistant for the property owner. So I sent an email on August 10th regarding the photos because Livia mentioned that she wasn't, from the list that was given to her, she did not understand. She felt it was vague. So I said, if somebody is there at the property, I'll be happy to walk through with them. But nobody's at the property.
She felt it was vague, but did she call you and ask you for an elaboration or a further explanation?
Exactly. So, like I said, I said, I'll provide photos. Maybe they'll, help you get a visual on the property, but somebody does need to go to the property,
Right.
and it speaks for itself. Can you show the pictures?
I mean, like the thing speaks for itself.
Yeah. You walk into the property, there's lack of maintenance everywhere.
There's a legal word for that. The thing speaks for itself. It's one of the very, very few Latin terms I know. It's res ipsa loquitur.
Never heard it.
Thing speaks for itself. Like, that means, like, you don't have to show that, like, the person is, like, injured because, look at their pictures after the accident and, they're all messed up, and so that's like what that. So when you said that, it's one of the very, very few Latin phrases that I know.
Gotcha. So the email was sent. I did not get a response back or a phone call, but the Charlene at the front desk, as I was going to the lobby, mentioned that someone called from that company and said that they couldn't make it to today's hearing, that they had an emergency. But I was just...
And did you say, well, listen, you're a company, not like a person. Can you send... You have more than one person working for you? That's what,
It was just
that's
a
like
message
when you
given
get
to
it from lawyers, and like somebody who's like a solo practitioner, that's okay. But like when you get it like from some firm that you recognize as like large, take one, everybody, Morgan & Morgan or something, you go, well, is there anybody else that can come?
So, given that the respondent is not here, and I feel like most of these items can be taken care of within a week, they did mention that they didn't receive the certified until August 6th, where it's August 17th. I feel like something should have been done. I haven't seen any progress. So, I will give them 30 days to correct all the violations. If not, $250 per diem with a $100 admin fee.
Based on the evidence of record and the testimony which is unrebutted, and all the evidence which is admitted, I am going to find that UC Holdings is in violation of the town codes as charged. They will have 30 days to come into compliance, 3-0. And if not, there will be a $250 per diem or per day fine until they come into compliance. Because violations have been found, the $100 admin fee is imposed today in the order. And it is so ordered, and I've just entered that order. Thank you.
Next case is section 8.1.
And 8.1 is what case number?
Case 5070.
5070?
Yes. I will be presenting this case on behalf of Chief Building Official Miguel Nunez. This is for confirmation of fine. So, Chief Code Enforcement Officer Jocelyn Ramirez, case 5070, property owner E&M Properties 2665 LLC, site address 2641 through 2649 South Park Road, Pembroke Park, Florida. A notice of formal hearing to confirm fine was sent out by certified mail on August 2nd, 22, posted to the property and town hall on August 5th, 22. It is the town's motion to confirm a fine of,
$87,100.
you have it there? Yeah, $87,100.
Is there anything else at this time?
Not at this time.
Based upon all evidence of record, which is accepted and admitted without objection, noting the failure of the respondent or their agents to appear, and the unrebutted testimony of the Chief Code Enforcement Officer on behalf of the building official, I'm hereby entering an order certifying a fine in the case involving E&M Properties 2665 LLC, case number 5070, in the amount of $87,100, for which the town may effectuate enforcement and collection in any manner provided by law. Thank you.
Next case is on section 9.1, case 4933.
And while that's very much appreciated, we always want you to please point out the case number, because that is how the able assistants here find the case.
The case number is 4933.
4930, okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Chief Code Enforcement Officer Jocelyn Ramirez for the town of Pembroke Park, case 4933. Property owner Lakeshore Mobile Home Park LLC, site address 2701 South Park Road, Pembroke Park, Florida. Notice of formal hearing for confirmation of fine was sent out by certified mail on August 2nd, 22, posted to the property on Town Hall and on August 5th, 22. It is the town's motion to confirm the fine of $42,700.
Noting the absence of any respondent and all evidence on file which is accepted without objection, and the unrebutted testimony of the officer, I am hereby entering a supplemental order certifying this code enforcement fine and lien in case number 4933 in the amount of $42,700.
Next case is section 9.2, case 5533.
You don't have espresso here, do you?
Yes, right? Mary, we have a espresso in the building department? We have coffee, right?
Yeah.
In someone, or that's not, I mean, like, does anybody ever make it, or?
Jeffrey can make them, so, right?
Espresso.
Do you have the phone there? You're able to call him?
I mean, if it's not a big deal, you know.
We'll tell him, you know, for time's sake, you know, since it's your last day.
Tell him, use that excuse, whatever. If he's going to get annoyed, Is that right? It's a special request of the outgoing, yeah, something like that, yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Might be
he
out
will
to
make-
lunch now, in which case, you know.
Oh, he never eats. Lunch late at 4 o'clock.
That's more like early dinner.
I'm just kidding.
Lunch at 4, like, that's, you know, if he was crafty, he would say, I'm going to take my lunch at 4, and then I'm going to go home directly. So he would, like, just leave at 4. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, but I was playing.
I'm not like that, but I'm just saying some people think that way.
Yeah. All right. Ready?
Yes.
Okay, so Chief Code Enforcement Officer Jocelyn Ramirez, case 5533, property owner 2400 Southwest 30 LLC, site address 2400 Southwest 30th Avenue, Pembroke Park, Florida. A notice of hearing to confirm fine was sent out by certified mail on August 3rd, 22, posted to the property and town hall August 5th, 22. Is the town's motion to confirm the fine of, let me find the invoice. $44,200.
Noting the lack of an appearance by a respondent, and based on the evidence of record, which is all admitted without objection, and the unrebutted testimony of the Chief Code Enforcement Officer, I am going to enter a supplemental order certifying this code enforcement lien in the sum of $44,200 in case number 5533, for which collection and enforcement may be pursued by the town in any manner allowed by Florida law. And I just entered an order to that effect. Thank you.
Next case is on section 9.3, case 5622. Chief Code Officer Jocelyn Ramirez for the town of Pembroke Park, case 5622, property owner 2400 Southwest 30 LLC, site address 2400 Southwest 30th Avenue, Pembroke Park, Florida, Bay C. Notice of hearing to confirm fine was sent by certified mail on August 3rd, 22, posted to the property and town hall on August 5th, 22. Is the town's motion to confirm the fine of $30,400.
Noting the absence of the respondent, and based on the unrebutted testimony of the Chief Code Enforcement Officer and all evidence admitted in the record without objection, I am entering an order in case number 5622 certifying a code enforcement lien and fine in the sum of $30,400, for which collection and enforcement may be had by the town in any manner allowed by Florida law. And at this point, let me. Does anybody have a blue pen? Because my Parker just ran out of ink, which I have to. Yes, thank you.
Here you go,
And I will-
catch.
The what?
Catch.
I would catch it. I will, but you've got the plastic barrier here, Are you feeling any hostility towards me today? But it's all.
No.
No, I know. Thank you. I will give this back. No. I'm not that
You can
hard
keep
up.
it because it's your last day.
Thank you. The town has given me a Bic, a disposable Bic. I'm overwhelmed. I love the Parker Jotters, but I guess, I'll have to go home and replace the ink.
All right.
So I'm glad you have a spare pen. Okay, I have entered that order as stated. Thank you.
Next is
Mira, a ver
on
si el nombre lo firmé. Mira el nombre mío ahí. ¿Está bien? Okay.
next case is on section 9.4, case 5637. Chief Code Officer Jocelyn Ramirez for the Town of Pembroke Park, case 5637, property owner 2400 Southwest 30 LLC, site address 2400 Southwest 30th Avenue, Pembroke Park, Florida, Bay B. A notice of hearing to confirm fine was sent out by certified mail on August 3rd, 22, posted to the property and town hall August 5th, 22. It is the town's motion to confirm a fine of $33,400.
Noting the absence of the respondent and considering all evidence in the record, which is all accepted, and the testimony of the Chief Code Enforcement Officer, which is unrebutted, I am entering a supplemental order imposing a lien of 30. Thank you ever so much. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And a lot of, actually a lot of sweet and lows is what, that's it. I'm going to use every single one of those. Thank you very much. Jeffrey.
Thank you. Our prestigious Jeffrey Lewis.
Jeffrey Lewis, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Now, note for the record that this is American coffee and not espresso, but listen, I'm thankful, I've got the disposable Bic, I've got the American coffee, so
I'm sorry, I don't know the difference. I don't drink coffee.
Are you Latin?
Yeah, but I don't drink coffee.
You don't drink coffee? That's very healthy. Do you drink tea?
No, I take caffeine pills.
Really? So it's like, that's like saying, you know what I mean? I'm going to infuse alcohol without drinking wine, so you're not like enjoying it.
No.
Take caffeine. I'm not, I mean, we're getting really off, but it's very, you're being serious?
Yes.
That's like, it's surprising because most people enjoy. You should try particularly espresso.
I've tried it before.
Or you can have a cortadito, which is right.
Yeah, I've tried all of that. I've tried all of it.
Or you can have like even Italian latte, which is further, a greater infusion of milk and cream.
Okay.
But coffee's wonderful. I mean, listen, I guess with Starbucks, they would go out of business with you. Go ahead with this.
Okay. Next case is on section 9.5, case 5638. Chief Code Officer Jocelyn Ramirez for the Town of Pembroke Park, case 5638. Property owner 2400 Southwest 30 LLC. Site address 2400 Southwest 30th Avenue, Pembroke Park, Florida, Bay 8. A notice of hearing to confirm fine was sent out by certified mail on August 3rd, 22, posted to the property and town hall on August 5th, 22. It is the town's motion to confirm the fine of
$45,550.
Yeah. Yes.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the Chief Code Enforcement Officer, the evidence of which is all accepted into the record, I am going to enter an order in case number 5638, a supplemental order certifying a code enforcement lien and fine in the sum of $45,550. For which enforcement may be had by the town in any manner allowed by Florida law.
Next case is on 9.6, and the case is 5801. Chief Code Officer Jocelyn Ramirez.
You want?
For
are
the
you sure
town.
you don't want to change your habit and have some coffee?
No, I just
want
been
some coffee?
talking too
I'll
much
share
today.
it.
Okay. Case 58. I'm sorry. Jocelyn Ramirez for the Town of Pembroke Park, case 5801. Property owner BAM MHC LLC, mobile home owner Louis Roca. Site address 2402 Susan Lane, Pembroke Park, Florida. A notice of hearing to confirm fine was sent by certified mail on August 2nd, 22, posted to the property and town hall on August 5th, 22. And it is the town's motion to confirm the fine of
$13,900. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the Chief Code Enforcement Officer and all the evidence of record which is accepted, I am going to enter an order in case number 5801, certifying a code enforcement lien in the sum of $13,900, which the town may seek enforcement in any manner allowed by Florida law.
And that concludes all my cases.
All right, Mr. Magistrate, the next one's going to be 12.1, case 5828.
5828.
Yes, sir. I am Code Officer Eric Richwagen with the Town of Pembroke Park. This is case 5828. Property owner identified by Hallandale Mobile Home Community, LLC. Tenant Margarita Ortega. Site address is going to be 3140 West Hallandale Beach Boulevard, Lot 302. A notice of violation was issued on 5/6/2021, hand-delivered on 5/6/2021. Notice of formal hearing was issued on 7/19/2022. Certified mail, 7/21/22. Affidavit of service was posted to property and to town hall on 7/21/2022. The violations that were cited were for the demo of the interior of the RV, for the addition that was added, and for the windows. However, upon a reinspection, the entire RV has been demolished. So for section 5105, that's complied, but they have not completed the demo permit. So section 517 still stands. So until that's completed, my recommendations would be to give them 30 days, which should be more than efficient. And if not completed, with a fine of $100 per diem with an admin fee of $100. And that concludes my testimony for this case.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of a Code Enforcement Officer, RICHWAGEN, and the evidence of record, which is all accepted into the record without objection, I am going to find that there is a violation specifically of Section 5-17 of the Code. 5105 may have been corrected, but the respondents aren't here to present any tender or defense. So they'll be included, and they will have 30 days to comply. If not, there will be a $100 per diem fine going forward after the 30th day. Because a violation has been found, a $100 per diem is hereby imposed in the order as well. That will be the final order in case number 5828.
Section 12.2, case 6955. Code Officer Eric Richwagen with the Town of Pembroke Park. This is case 6955. Property owners identified by E&M Properties 2665 LLC. Site address is 2641 South Park Road, Pembroke Park, Florida. A notice of violation was issued on 4/15/2022, sent out regular mail on 4/16/2022. Notice of formal hearing was issued on 8/1/2022. Certified mail, this one's different. Second. Certified mail on August 2nd, 2022. Service post. Correction, August 5th. Oh, thank you, that's what I was looking for. Sorry. It was certified mail on August 2nd, 22, and the affidavit of service posted to property in Town Hall on August 5th, 2022. The violations are as followed. The entire parking lot is in disrepair, and the entire parking lot needs to be restriped. It is my recommendation to give them 60 days to complete this. If not, a fine of $100 per diem with an admin fee of $100. And thank you for that.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of Code Officer Richwagen, I'm going to find that there's
Mr. Magistrate, I apologize for cutting you off. The fine to be imposed, instead of 100, will be 200. 250? Correction again, 250. So the fine to be imposed will be 250 per diem.
I'm going to confer with staff a minute and ask if that is legible in the order, because, as you know, we annotate these orders or render them at the actual public hearing. So, if not, the order will have to be corrected now with another page. Is that eso tu bueno? Yeah, because I changed it twice, after I. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, because
Did you want it to finish rendering this, or did you finish?
no, I didn't finish rendering. I didn't. Oh, you mean did I finish rendering it?
Yeah.
No, I didn't finish rendering it because we got into this discussion. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence of record, I am going to find that there are violations of the code as noticed in the violation notices and in the final order, noting the failure of the respondent to appear. I am going to impose in an order 60 days compliance date. And if there is not compliance or correction within 60 days, it will be a $250 per diem or per day fine. And in addition, the $100 admin fee is hereby imposed because there is a violation.
Would you like me to continue, Mr. Magistrate, or wait?
No, I think you can continue.
Okay, just making sure, sir.
But just reflect on the recommendation you will give me, because generally I adopt them generally. So, when you say it, try to reflect on it momentarily before you do.
Okay, yeah. Apologize for that.
That's not a big deal.
Agenda item 12.3, case 6996.
Okay.
I am Code Officer ERIK RICHWAGEN with the Town of Pembroke Park. This is case 6996, property owner identified by BAM, MHC, LLC, tenant Martha Carjavel, site address 2304 Charles Road, Pembroke Park. A notice of violation was issued on 4/28/2022. It was posted to the property on the same day. Notice of formal hearing was issued on 7/22/2022. Sent out certified mail on 7/21/22. The affidavit of service was posted to property and to Town Hall on 7/22/2022. The violations were for 2 additions that were installed without a permit, a wooden deck that was installed without a permit, a slab that was installed without a permit, and exterior maintenance that was required, i.e. pressure wash and painting of the mobile home. Because the stuff was done beforehand, this particular property would qualify for the amnesty. Even though there's no one here, I just wanted to put that on record. So my recommendation is to give them 60 days to come into compliance or maybe get into the amnesty. If not, a fine of $50 per diem with a admin cost of $100.
Based on the unrebutted testimony by the code enforcement officer and the failure of anyone here to appear, I'm going to find that there is a violation of the code sections as charged in the notices and in the final order, and the respondents will be given 60 days to comply. If not, there will be a $50 per day or per diem fine. And I have a technical or a clerical question. The respondent is named Marta Carjaval. You know, the normal Latin surname is Carvajal. Are you sure that's not a typo? I just want to be sure.
No, that's the way.
Okay, it's normally Carvajal. This looks like it's like sort of
No, that's correct. Because they actually
playing
sent
backwards. You know, sort of kind of. You know, I just haven't ever seen it. It's not a typo. Okay.
No,
okay.
the mobile home park, when they
Okay,
set us
all right.
a list of the tenants, that's the way it was spelled. So unless they made an error, that's the way that it's spelled.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Magistrate.
And so on the, just hang on a minute, on the order with E&M Properties, es lo que, la orden que yo corregí que estaba la cosa de 200, sí, pero ¿cuánto era el tiempo para?
60 days.
Okay, that's okay.
I'll recheck it again.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Magistrate.
Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Okay. Yes, you may proceed now.
Okay, Mr. Magistrate, hold on 1 second. It'll be agenda item 12.4, case number 7001. I am Code Officer ERIK Richwagen with the Town of Pembroke Park. This is case number 7001, property owner identified by BAM MHC LLC, Jose Marin, site address 2316 Charles Road, Pembroke Park. Notice of violation was issued on 4/29/2022, posted to the property on 4/29/2022. Notice of formal hearing was issued on 7/22/2022, sent out certified mail on 7/21/22. The affidavit of service was posted to the property and to Town Hall on 7/22/2022. The violations are for exterior discoloration on the property, and there are prohibited outdoor items being stored, i.e. toolboxes, water pails, cinder blocks, and dead vegetation. It is my recommendation to give them 60 days to come into compliance, if not a fine of $50 a day per diem, with a admin cost of $100.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and noting the absence of any respondent, I am going to find in case number 7001 a violation of the code sections as charged, and I am going to enter an order saying that they will have 60 days to come into compliance, and if not, there will be a $50 per diem fine imposed, and the $100 admin fee is automatically imposed today because, again, there is a finding of a violation. Thank you.
Agenda item 12.7, case 7154. Code Officer ERIK Richwagen with the Town of Pembroke Park. This is case 7154. Property owner identified as Saws Inc., site address 2690 South Park Road, Pembroke Park, Bay Number 10. A notice of violation was issued on 5/27/2022, sent out regular mail on 6/1/2022. Notice of formal hearing was issued on 7/19/2022, certified mail on 7/21/2022. The affidavit of service was posted to property and to town hall on 7/21/2022. The violation is that Bay Number 10 was operating without a business tax receipt. I spoke with Lisa, who is our BTR officer. They have put in an application as of 7/28/2022. However, they still need to pass all their inspections. So until that's done, this case will remain open. It is my recommendation to give them 30 days to come into compliance. If not, a fine of $100 per diem be assessed with an admin fee of $100.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and all evidence on file, which is hereby admitted, I do find that Saws Inc. is culpable of violating the town code sections as charged. So in case number 7154, I am going to provide that they have, you said 30?
Yes, Mr. Magistrate.
30 days to come into compliance. If not, there will be a $100 per day per diem fine until compliance or correction is achieved. As always, since there is a violation, the $100 admin fee is imposed today. That's the order in this case.
Agenda item 12.8, case 7071. I am Code Officer ERIK RICHWAGEN with the Town of Pembroke Park. This is case 7071. Property owners identified by BAM MHC LLC, tenant Robert Robitelli, site address 2312 Charles Road, Pembroke Park. A notice of violation was issued on 5/12/2022, posted to the property on 5/12/2022. Notice of formal hearing was issued on 7/22/2022, sent out certified mail on 7/21/2022. The affidavit of service was posted to property and town hall on 7/22/2022. The violations are as followed. One, there was an addition that was added onto the property without a permit. There is a shed that has been installed on the property without a permit. There is exterior discoloration throughout the property. There is wood that has been placed over a window, and that closes it for that one. Based on the fact that the addition looks like it was added on beforehand, some of the stuff could qualify for the amnesty, but obviously not everything. It is my recommendation to give them 60 days, if not a fine of $50 per diem, with a admin cost of $100.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer, noting the non-appearance of the respondent and all evidence on file accepted without objection, I am going to find the respondents guilty of the violations of the town code as charged in case number 7071. They are going to have 60 days to come into compliance. If not, there will be a daily or per diem fine of $50 per day until compliance is reached. The $100 admin fee is hereby imposed.
Agenda item 12.9, case 7222. I am Code Officer ERIK RICHWAGEN with the Town of Pembroke Park. This is case 7222. This is also a repeat violation. The property owners...
This is a repeat violation?
Yes, sir.
It fits into a repeat violation?
Yes, and I have the other final order added in showing. Yeah. What was it?
What's the case number?
Or the previous one?
Yeah.
Second. The previous case that was in violation is case number 7160.
And that was the same respondent, the same property, and the same violation?
Yes, correct.
Okay, I'm going, what?
It has to be within 5 years.
Right, within the past 5 years. Yes, exactly, correct, officer.
It's well within 5 years, Mr. Magistrate.
Okay, so I'm going to take administrative notice. It's taken of the final order entered in case number 7160, which is deemed as being incorporated by reference. And that violation was for what specific thing? Are they a repeat?
The repeat sections will be as followed, 5-105 and 5-17.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, case number 7222. Property owner identified by Trinity Broadcasting of Florida, Inc., site address 3300 Pembroke Park Road. A notice of violation was issued on 7/1/2022, sent out regular mail on 7/11/2022. Notice of formal hearing was issued on 7/19/2022, sent out certified mail on 7/21/2022. The affidavit of service was posted to property and at town hall on 7/22/2022. The violation is for demolition of structures without a building permit, specifically for lot 250. It is my recommendation, based on the repeat violation, to give them 3 days to come into compliance. If not, a fine of $500 per diem be assessed with an admin fee of $100.
And this is a company that this respondent. They have been here before on different violations.
Yes, they've been here before for me and also for Chief Ramirez. So
right. So they've had a multiplicity of violations here.
Yes.
Okay. I am going to adopt your recommendation, save for I'll give them 10 days. The 3 days just seems very, very. I mean, I've never done 3 days before, so.
Yeah. So
have 3 days been done here before in any orders? I've just never. I unless I misheard you, unless I'm losing my. I heard you say 3 days, which is I've never.
I figured, given. Like,
I've never heard anything that. I mean, in my frame of experience, I would.
So this particular property, I'm not going to agree to the 3 days because it's not. Okay, so what's going on is that the property has an eviction notice to the tenants. It's a RV park, and they're closing the RV park.
Okay.
They're gonna, once everybody's vacated, they're gonna go ahead and put some new development there. So it's not the property owner's fault that these tenants are just tearing everything and leaving. So it is a repeat violation, but unfortunately, it's very difficult for the property owner to keep tabs on everybody. They'll do it in the middle of the night. They'll do it whenever it's convenient for them, and unfortunately, they can't catch them in the act. So I disagree with the 3 days. I think they should at least have 30 days to correct the violations because of the circumstances.
Based on the testimony of the code enforcement officers, which is unrebutted, and all evidence on file, which is admitted, and having taken administrative notice of the final order in the case number 7160, which entire record is deemed as being incorporated by reference herein, I am noting that this is a repeat violation, and I am amending the order that way. The respondents who have failed to appear, the order in case number 7222 does find a repeat violation of the code sections as charged. They will have 30 days to come into compliance. If not, there will be a $500 per diem or daily fine imposed after the 30 days, and the $100 admin fee is hereby assessed because a finding of a repeat violation of a violation has been made. And that's the order in 7222.
Mr. Magistrate, agenda item 12.10, case number 7194. I am Code Officer ERIK Richwagen with the Town of Pembroke Park. This is case number 7194, property owner identified by Trinity Broadcasting of Florida, Inc., site address 3200 Pembroke Road. A notice of violation was issued on 6/28/2022, sent out regular mail. 1 second, actually, I apologize. Sent out regular mail on 6/24/2022. The notice of formal hearing was issued on 7/19/2022. Sent out certified mail on 7/21/2022. The affidavit of service was posted to the property in Town Hall on 7/22/2022. The violation is for demolition of structures without a building permit for lots 49, 701, 703, and 705. It is my recommendation to give them 30 days to come into compliance, if not a fine of $500 per diem with a admin fee of $100.
So, and I apologize if in all the flurry of activity here, I was not entirely attentive to what you were saying. You're asking for 500, which means they're a repeat violation.
Yes,
So we
correct.
need to reiterate the finding of the prior order to make them a repeat violation, or it, that's the way to do it.
So the prior order is going to be case 6944, and the specific sections that correlate with this one.
Hang on.
Oh, sorry.
$6944.
Yes, sir. And the specific sections that correlate with this current case are Section 5-105 and Section 5-17.
Did you say 30 days?
Yes, Mr. Magistrate, 30 days.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer noting the respondents have failed to appear, and all evidence of record, and further having made a finding that under the final order in case number 6944, which administrative notice is taken of and which is deemed incorporated into the order and into the record, this is a repeat violation because you had the same violation by the same respondents in the same property within the past 5 years. All of that is required. This is a repeat violation of the code sections as charged in the notice of violation and in the order. So the violation does exist and is found. The respondents will have 30 days to comply. It being a repeat violation, if they don't comply within such 30-day period, a $500 per diem or per day fine is hereby imposed. And in addition, as there is a violation, the $100 admin fee is hereby assessed as well.
Magistrate, the next one will be Section 13.1, Case 4772.
4772. Hit that.
I am Code Officer Eric Richwagen with the Town of Pembroke Park. This is case number 4772. Property owner identified by Lakeshore Mobile Home Park, LLC. The tenant, Miss Wanda Cruz. Site address, 105 David Drive, Pembroke Park. This is a hearing to confirm fine. The notice of formal hearing to confirm fine was issued on 7/21/2022, sent out certified mail on 7/21/2022. The affidavit of service was posted to property.
No, I was just saying bless you to, no, just somebody sneezed, that's all. I'm sorry. Go, I'm listening to you.
Okay, the affidavit of service was posted to property and into Town Hall on 7/22/2022. It is the town's motion to confirm the fine of $23,150. That concludes my statement for this one.
Based upon the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and all evidence of record, and noting the non-appearance of the respondent, I am going to enter an order certifying code enforcement lien in the sum of $23,150 in case number 4772, for which the town may proceed with enforcement and collection in any manner allowed by Florida law. So the order certifying this lien has been entered in 4772, as just noted. Thank you.
Sir. Next case is going to be Section 13.2, Case 4792. I am Code Officer Eric Richwagen with the Town of Pembroke Park. This is case number 4792. The property owner is identified by Lakeshore Mobile Home Park, LLC. Tenant Rufus Mason. Site address 21 Tracy Terrace West, Pembroke Park. This is a hearing to confirm fine. The notice of formal hearing to confirm the fine was issued on 7/19/2022, sent out certified mail on 7/21/2022. The affidavit of service was posted to the property and to Town Hall on 7/22/2022. It is the town's motion to confirm the fine of $23,150.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and considering all evidence on the record, which is admitted, I think it is in order to certify a code enforcement fine and lien in case number 4792 in the amount of $23,150. And I am entering an order so providing today. And noting the absence of any appearance by respondent.
The next case is going to be Section 13.3, case number 4795. I am Code Officer Code Officer Eric Richwagen with the Town of Pembroke Park. This is case number 4795. Property owner identified by Lakeshore Mobile Home Park, LLC. The tenant is Jocelyn Puello. The site address is 22 Tracy Terrace West, Pembroke Park. This is for a hearing to confirm fine. The notice of formal hearing to confirm fine was issued on 7/19/2022, sent out certified mail on 7/21/2022.
And let me just interject, say one thing. Did you just say the address was 22 Tracy?
That's a 22 Tracy Terrace, TERR West, or W.
Okay. Well, of course, what's most important here is the folio number, but presuming you want everything to be correct, I want to point out that the order says 22 Tracy W, but it doesn't say anything about court.
Yeah, Terrace, 22 Tracy Terrace.
Well, it doesn't say that. It says 22 Tracy W, as in Y or Wyoming or
Understood.
Willow. Do you want to correct that?
Yes.
Sorry, I just,
No, it's fine.
coffee, you tend to notice it. I don't know.
The notice of formal hearing to confirm filing was issued on 7/19/2022, certified mail 7/21/2022, and the affidavit of service was posted to the property and at Town Hall on 7/22/2022. It is the town's motion to confirm the fine of $23,150.
Okay, and we're going to, we are entering an order that we are certifying a fine based on the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and all evidence on file, and noting the failure of the respondents to appear, certifying a fine of $23,150, I believe it was, he said, in case number 4795, for which town may proceed with enforcement and collection in any manner provided by Florida law. We will need to hang on a moment while clerical correction is made to the order. Sure, that will just take a moment.
Yeah. No problem. Stand by.
Here to correct it now than later.
Yes.
Bastante caso hoy. Aquí un poco más que normal, creo. Pero, ¿sabe? Normalmente termino un poco antes, pero si ha durado esta hora, no es porque es que hoy hubo un gran número de... there were a lot of cases, but it's not that there were that many people.
Many people don't express.
Not that there were that many, not that many people today, but there were a lot of cases. I think there's other days that there's been more people.
More people and not our cases.
Right, right, less cases, right. This morning, there was no parking either. For the first time since I came here, there was only one space, one that I saw at the very end that I hope.
No,
it's still there, right. Yeah, okay. Yes, no, I'm looking because I wanted to be sure that,
What kind of car you drive?
It's the black Toyota at the very end, so I think it's still there. I think I see it. It's a Camry at the very end. Something? What? No, that's a Camry. That's a Camry. Maybe they all, look, Japanese cars, they all look the same, I don't know. I had a Mustang. I don't know if I had that when I started here, but, I had that Mustang. I love that Mustang, but it was 15 years old, so it was time to, I don't know where all those cars came from because they weren't people here, but it's just, usually when I've come here, there's usually like a dozen spaces. They're not all, today there was not one single space. So I don't know where all those people were. They weren't here. But, because there's been other days that there's been more people here, But they, my wife is going to have to pick her up. I mean, you know, I was supposed to have lunch with the town attorney, but she had a conflict, so she had to cancel. And no, so I said I might be able to pick her up, but I might not, so don't count on it. So I said, call me if I'm needed to pick her up. You know, I'm very lucky that at the job I'm going to, I will be partial. I'm going to Miami-Dade County. So in Miami-Dade County, I'm going to be intergovernmental affairs coordinator for procurement. So what that means is I'll be working with procurement on their agenda items, with the administration, with the officials, with the county attorney. So, you know, while I do code enforcement, you know me as code enforcement, and I've done land use, the area I've practiced the most when I was, and thank you very much. I wanted to, was procurement, purchasing. So that's the area I probably did the most. So it's a chance to return to that area, and I'm glad about that. And but the county does not, like the city. I guess we should probably finish this, and then I'll talk to you. So yeah, we may as well, you know what I mean. We may as well finish this. And so as we were doing with Jocelyn Puello, there was a clerical correction that we made. So as you were saying, we concluded that. I mean, you were recommending that I enter an order certifying the code enforcement fine as $23,150.
That's correct.
Which I am going to enter in case number 4795, based on your testimony, all evidence of record, and noting the failure of anyone to hear. So I've entered an order to that effect. And then I think you have one other, I think you have one other case.
Yes, Mr. Magistrate. Agenda item 13.6, case 5409. Code Officer ERIK RICHWAGEN with the Town of Pembroke Park. This is case number 5409, property unidentified by Seneca Industrial Holdings, LLC, Kimberly S. Owens, site address 2401 Southwest 32nd Ave, Pembroke Park. The business is Window Classics. The hearing to confirm the fines. The notice of formal hearing to confirm fine was issued on 7/19/2022, sent out certified mail on 7/21/2022, and the affidavit of service was posted to property in the town hall on 7/22/2022, and it is the town's motion to confirm the fine of $19,900. This concludes my testimony and my cases.
Based upon the unrebutted testimony of the code enforcement officer and all evidence of record, and noting the non-appearance of any respondent, I am going to enter a supplemental order certifying this code enforcement fine in case number 5409 in the sum of $19,900, which the town may proceed to enforce and collect in any manner allowed by Florida law. And are there any other cases?
No, sir. That concludes my testimony and all of my cases, Mr. Magistrate.
Code enforcement officer, are there any other cases?
Nope.
Well, let me take this moment before we go off the record to tell you that sadly for me, At least for the time being, this will be my last hearing because I'm going into a situation where, sadly for me, again, I'm not allowed to engage in daytime hearings. So, in the shameless self-promotion category, please do think of me if you ever switch to anything after 5. But for the time being, I can't any longer do any hearings between 9 and 5 on weekdays. So, I want to say also that it's been a great pleasure for a year and a half, 2 years, however long, 2 years maybe, closer to 2 years or a year and a half. Anyway, that's been a great pleasure to be coming here. And, certainly with Code and Enforcement Officer, Chief Code Enforcement Officer Jocelyn Ramirez, Code Officer ERIK RICHWAGEN, with the other able staff, Mary, who has been a great help, and with Nasi as well, who has helped me so much with the orders and with the document processing and with everything else at the hearings. You're all very dedicated. You're very diligent. I think that you're all very good at what you do. I think the town is lucky to have you, and everybody here that I've dealt with has, without exception, been professional and congenial, and I appreciate it. And really, I'm not a brown noser, so I wouldn't say that unless I was true. I think, as they say, and sometimes if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. So I wouldn't always say this, but it's been a great pleasure to have come and handle the hearings here, and I hope I was of some value to the town. And thank you for the opportunity.
And I'd like to say that it has been a pleasure working with you, and we will keep you in mind if we ever have evening hearings.
Please, yeah, I am allowed to do that. I checked, but.
But you have been a wealth of knowledge for the town of Pembroke Park, and you have, in my opinion, from the moment that you came here, you have uniformed our special magistrate hearing. So you had a lot to do with that in how we carry ourselves. So thank you for that.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad I was able to be of some value and of some benefit, and I do think that, my personal opinion is, now that you mentioned that it's very good on something like code enforcement, code compliance, and other things for all towns and cities to get sort of uniform and to be systematized, because, of course, the evidence and the violations will vary, but if the manner of the procedure and the nature of the presentations are the same, there's a certain uniformity, which is good because you want to treat everyone the same. There's a certain predictability, and there's a certain continuity to it, as opposed to where, everything is divergent and all over the place. And so I think for many reasons, it's good to have systems. I mean, that's my own, I'm not saying that's the only way to do it, but I think that's a good way to do it.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm glad, and so that's what I wanted to say. It's been a great pleasure, and I hope, not for your sakes, you're probably all dying to leave when the bell tones, but
Anyone else have anything to say?
Huh?
Mary, Nasli, have anything to say?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I wouldn't. I don't expect them to say anything unless they want
Eric?
to.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is from the time that I started here to now, because I've done code enforcement for a few years, but you definitely helped mold my legal jargon better. Where I feel like when I present my cases, and I haven't come across too many lawyers, but when I do, I feel like your guidance has helped make me much sharper.
Thank you. I really sincerely appreciate that, and I hope you. I mean, look, you've got a fine town attorney. You've got, I know Sam Gorin's firm does some work there fine too. But look, if anybody ever has, I'm just not allowed to do hearings. But really, if anybody has a question about something, code or otherwise that they think I can help with that is, you know, not some big kind of federal project or something, but some kind of question that, you know, I'm just give me a call, you know, my contact information, and really I'm happy to do it. It's not a problem. I'm just you know, it's not like I'm going into you know, isolation or quarantine or anything. I'm not allowed to, I guess, get other paid work during the, you know, during the day, you know. So thanks again. Thanks to all of you. And on that note, I suppose, you say, you know, and by the way, I guess I do want to mention one other thing, because there was like some kind of little container here that I thought was a code book or a code section or something. And you said, you took it away and you said that that was for me.
Yeah, but first we got to adjourn the meeting.
Oh, okay. Okay.